Thank you, Darren. Mayor Du Bois, we're ready to go.
Great. Okay. So welcome to the January 11th, 2021 council meeting. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filseth.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Great. Thank you. All right. So we're going to move on to agenda changes, additions, deletions. City Manager, do we have any?
We don't have any from staff. I think, Mayor, you wanted to mention an
Yeah.
upcoming change.
Yeah, so I just wanted to mention that I'm planning to have community nonprofits present once a month to council. And the idea is it's going to be a quick 10-minute presentation at the beginning of the meeting. It's really not meant to be a study session. It's really an update, kind of in the format of the city manager's comments. So I'm going to try it. I'm trying not to extend the length of our meetings, but also let us get an update and kind of connect to, again, some of our community-focused nonprofits. So I have a couple teed up for the first couple of months. If any of the council members like to propose some, please contact me and we'll just go ahead and plan out a schedule. So next week, was it next week or the 26th? I think the first one is going to be the Palo Alto Community Childcare, and we'll see how it goes.
Thank you, Mayor. That's the 25th, just to confirm.
Thank you. All right, so we'll move on to oral communications, and we'll give the speakers 3 minutes each. Do we have any public speakers?
Any members of the public that wish to speak on oral communications, which is anything not on the agenda, please raise your hand and we will call your name out. You will have 3 minutes. Our first speaker is Carrie Templeton. To be followed by Terry Holzheimer. Carrie, go ahead. Carrie, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. To Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and council members, I wanted to speak to you tonight about an incident that occurred this week. Although I'm the chair of the Planning and Transportation Commission, I am here tonight in my personal capacity to advocate for some safety improvements at the crosswalk on Middlefield and Walgreens in Midtown. Last Friday, a boy was struck by a vehicle that didn't stop for a red light while he was using the crosswalk, and the force of that collision threw his body into the street. He will recover physically, thankfully, but it's going to take a while for the family to feel comfortable here and feel safe here on our streets, and especially that crosswalk again. I've known this family for 10 years. They're very active in our school community and in our overall city, and we're really lucky to have them here. It was very scary to learn about this incident, and I have gone through a similar incident on my street where I live when I was driving the kids to school about 6-7 years ago, where we were struck and felt unsafe on our own street, until thankfully some neighbors advocated with the city council to improve that intersection and made it a lot safer. So I'm hoping we can do the same thing here and figure out how we can make some changes that will make this crosswalk, which is, it's known to be an awkward and dangerous crosswalk based on my conversations with members of the community and with staff. And so I think we can build up the momentum to get these changes made. So I reached out to staff on Friday and tried to find out what I could about how to work this request with the city. So I wanted to let you know about that as well. We filed a ticket through the 311 system, And I've sent you an email with a link to that ticket. We're fortunate. We've had a lot of people chime in and share stories with staff. So I feel like we're really close to having the motivation. Might need a little nudge and support from council on that as well. So the bottom line is we need to feel safe shopping in Midtown on foot and on bike, and not just by car. So I know many of you feel passionately about this. I had the opportunity to hear your thoughts during your various campaigns, and I'm really hopeful that you can help prioritize this for our community. As we're continuing to shelter in place, we want to make that crosswalk as safe as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carrie. Our next speaker is Terry Holzheimer, to be followed by Stephen Rosenblum. Terry, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I've come tonight briefly to talk to you about two proposed state legislative bills that the council should be aware about, and city staff, and hopefully take some action on as soon as possible. These two bills are SB 9 and SB 10. Both of these proposed bills are major land use changes to our community, and truly would change our community forever. SB 9, for example, would allow up to 8 housing units to be built on a single parcel of land. That means taking an average of 4,000 square feet on a single parcel and dividing it by 8. It includes no parking requirements, nor does it require any street improvements. The other bill, SB 10, which is truly unconstitutional, would strip away the rights of residents to protect open space land by allowing simple council majorities to overturn any voter-approved initiative. I'd like for the council to be educated on the seriousness of these two state bills and vote on a resolution against SB 9 and SB 10 as soon as possible. Timing is very critical here, getting our message out early, especially to our state representatives, that these kind of bills do nothing to help us with affordable housing or make land even more expensive and profitable for developers. This must stop. Please take action and write a resolution that we can send to our state representatives and to our state legislature. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Our next speaker is Peter Dreckmeyer, to be followed by Dave Warner and then Shannon McEntee. Peter, go ahead.
I think you might have skipped someone unless he stepped off. There was Stephen Rosenblum was on the list.
Oh, yeah, we'll get him back. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is Peter Dreckmeyer. I'm the policy director for the Tuolumne River Trust. And last week, I sent a letter regarding Palo Alto's representation on the BOSCA board. That's the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency. And I'm not going to repeat what I said in that letter, but I want to emphasize how important the Palo Alto vote was on August 20th, 2018 to support the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. That was the only time a public agency actually had a deliberation on the issue, and there was unanimous vote to support the Bay Delta Plan. The second agency to deliberate was the State Water Board, and on December 12th of that year, voted 4-1 to adopt the Bay Delta Plan. It's not implemented yet. There are lawsuits and other things, other hurdles, but we got those two big victories in 2018. And no other agency has deliberated, at least publicly, including the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission and BOSCA. They basically came in with a mindset and aren't really open to facts or discussion. And I've shared a lot of information with BOSCA over the years, And rarely, if ever, do I get a response. And I don't know if it means they agree with what I have to say or just don't want to challenge me publicly, but they don't engage. And it feels like I'm just presenting an inconvenient truth. So the BOSCA staff, they don't do their own homework. They basically depend on the SFPUC for talking points. And we really need a representative who's going to push back on that. The SFPUC is actually starting to change. There's some new commissioners. We had the science workshop on November 30th. There was a workshop this last Friday on water supply and demand, something that we've been pushing on for years to get to the truth of that. And things are starting to change at the SFPUC, but I don't see any movement at BOSCA. And BOSCA is good at holding the SFPUC accountable on financial issues, but terrible on environmental issues. It's like they don't care. They don't take a watchdog role. And, Palo Alto took the time to hear from all the different parties, supported the Bay Delta plan, but now we have a representative who does not support the Bay Delta plan and in fact testified before the SFPUC in support of the alternative voluntary agreement, which is really a lot weaker. I might add that the council motion in 2018 required sending letters to BOSCA, the SFPUC, and the State Water Board. And to my knowledge, there's no record of those letters being sent. I filed a Public Records Act request a couple weeks ago and haven't heard anything. So thank you for the opportunity to comment. Bottom line, we need a representative who's going to support Palo Alto's interests. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. We will now call Stephen Rosenblum since he got lost on the line a minute ago. Stephen, go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Steve Rosenblum. I'm a resident of Old Palo Alto. I'm also speaking on the same issue as Peter just spoke on. I was also one of the many people that spoke at the August 20th, 2018 City Council meeting, where council unanimously voted 9-0 to support the State Water Board's Bay Delta plan. At the meeting, staff had originally presented a letter text for council approval supporting the voluntary agreements. After hours of public testimony and discussion, council unanimously supported the State Water Resources Control Board regarding maintenance of 30 to 50% minimum flows on the Tuolumne and not the voluntary agreements, and asked staff to send appropriate letters. So I was shocked to hear Councilmember Cormack call into the November 30th, 2020 SFPUC Science Workshop on managing the Tuolumne and identifying himself as a Palo Alto Council member and BOSCA director, and voicing strong support for the voluntary agreements. As a result, I immediately sent her an email containing the following excerpt, quote, "As a director of BOSCA, you should have been aware of the council's position and not testified in direct contravention of it. I would hope that you would immediately in writing as a PUC, formally withdrawing your support for voluntary agreements. If you attended the rest of the workshop, you would have heard that for habitat restoration and maintenance, there's no substitute for adequate flows on the Tuolumne. Commissioner Maxwell herself exhibited concern that the SFPUC had no scientific rebuttal to the evidence presented. In fact, there's no good science supporting their position against the position established by the State Water Resources Control Board." In her response to me, she wrote in part, quote, "I respectfully disagree that I need to retract my comments and have verified that with staff at both agencies. While I was appointed by Palo Alto, in my role as a director of BOSCA, I represent all the agencies. The council action you were describing indeed happened before I was on the council and was followed by a meeting with the mayor and vice mayor and the CEO of BOSCA, which confirmed support for voluntary agreements. Contrary to a statement made in oral communication on Monday, my statement did not oppose the Bay Delta plan. I remained on the workshop for the entire session and heard both Commission President Maxwell and Commissioner Harrington's requests for more detailed response from SFPU staff. I believe that," so end of quote. "I believe these actions and statements disqualify her as a representative of Palo Alto City Council at BOSCA, since she has refused to separate the official position of the council from her own beliefs. Thank you for this opportunity to speak."
Thank you, Stephen. Our next speaker is Dave Warner, to be followed by Shannon McEntee and then Rachel Hamburg. Dave, go ahead.
My name is Dave Warner. I'm a Palo Alto resident. Thank you for your service to our city. I'm here to express dismay at Allison Cormack's actions as our board member on the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, BOSCA for short. BOSCA is an intermediary between us and the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, SFPUC for short, which provides our water supply. You likely also know that 85% of our water comes from the Tuolumne River, where native Chinook salmon and steelhead trout face extinction. As others have said, the State Water Board has spent more than a decade developing the Bay Delta Plan to address the problem. Once the plan was enacted, the Turlock Irrigation District, the Modesto Irrigation District, and the SFPUC, the three districts taking water from the Tuolumne, sued the State Water Board and instead promoted their Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement, the TRVA for short. Without going into the issues, environmentalists are strongly opposed to the TRVA. And as you know, on August 20th, 2018, after hearing from the SFPUC, a bunch of us residents, and significant discussion, you voted unanimously to support the Bay Delta Plan, a valuable step forward in our fight to save the native salmon from extinction. One other bit of context, you may be aware that Valley Water, who had also joined the lawsuit against the State Water Board, has since dropped their participation, another valuable step forward. But imagine our surprise at the November 30th SFPUC meeting, where Councilmember Cormack announces herself as a Palo Alto City Council member and comes out strongly for the TRVA, taking us a step backwards. And she was emphatic. If you like, the meeting was recorded and you can hear her comments starting at a little past minute 36 of the recording. If I were an SFPUC commissioner, I would have concluded that Palo Alto supports the TRVA. She also made a badly out of context reference to Felicia Marcus, former head of the State Water Board and well respected by environmentalists. Ms. Cormack's comments made it sound like Ms. Marcus supports the TRVA, which is not the case. Ms. Marcus endorses the idea of the parties reaching voluntary agreements as an alternative means to meeting environmental objectives. But in the case of the TRVA, the State Water Board has not even started its review. Clearly, there's not yet the needed agreement. And to my knowledge, the only parties that support the TRVA are the three water districts. Ms. Cormack's comments hurt Palo Alto's interests, and while she supposedly mentioned in a subsequent letter that she was not representing Palo Alto, it's not clear who has seen it and whether or not it reiterated to commissioners that Palo Alto remains firmly in support of the Bay Delta Plan. Councilmember Cormack should either vigorously retract her statements verbally in front of the SFPUC and reiterate Palo Alto's position, or she should resign from the BOSCA board. If she's unwilling to do so, please limit her role on City Council by not giving her other board seats nor putting her on a path to become mayor. I hope she takes the above steps and that you don't have to. I would like to return to being an advocate for Ms. Cormack. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Our next speaker is Shannon McEntee, to be followed by Rachel Hamburg and then Rebecca Eisenberg. Shannon, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a longtime Palo Alto resident, and I'm joining you tonight because I'm so concerned about the water crisis on the Tuolumne River that dramatically impacts our vital salmon populations. You may remember when I spoke before the City Council in 2018 regarding the Bay Delta Plan. I was so proud that night when the Palo Alto City Council voted unanimously to support the Bay Delta Plan. I also attended a State Water Resources Control Board meeting in Sacramento. It is so disappointing that the Bay Delta Plan has yet to be implemented due to lawsuits. There still have been no changes to the unimpaired water flow on the Tuolumne. I am very disappointed that our representative to BOSCA appears to have a different outlook from that which the City Council espoused in 2018. I ask you, how can that be? And how can we get back on track to save our salmon? Historically, we had over 100,000 salmon, and now we have 1,000. The salmon population is on the brink of extinction. We can't overestimate the value that salmon bring to our rivers and to all of us. They bring millions of pounds of nutrients up the rivers, fueling the salmon-based food web all along the way. They aren't just an important food source for humans. They are a crucial part of the river's ecosystem and the Bay Area economy. The 2008 and 2009 fishing seasons were canceled because of this water crisis. We are asking the salmon to survive on 20% of the river's water flow. Let me ask you, can you imagine surviving on just 20% of the oxygen you normally breathe? Of course not. Please do whatever it takes to get the Bay Delta plan back on track. Thank you for all you do for Palo Alto. I appreciate your efforts and I respect you enormously.
Thank you, Shannon.
Just real quick, Beth.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to ask our speakers, everybody has a right to free speech. Our policies encourage civility and positive comments to the council as the whole. And I suggest that's the best way for the entire council to hear your comments. But thank you for the comments so far. Let's continue.
Our next speaker is Rachel Hamburg, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg, and then Dancy Bostrom. Shannon, go ahead.
I think that was Shannon's Rachel.
Rachel, go ahead.
Hi, I hope you guys can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm a little nervous. This is my first time ever speaking to the council, so it's exciting. I wanted to talk about a possible initiative to help the homeless population that is currently living especially. Ooh, got a dog. To help out the homeless population that's currently living, many of them along the El Camino Real, many of them in RVs. As we all know, we're in the middle of a pandemic. I'm sure no one has forgotten, which has impacted especially low-wage workers. And it's obviously added on as well to a pre-existing housing crisis here in the Bay. So it's no wonder that there are significant numbers of people who are surviving in less than ideal situations in public. One possibility that people in the neighborhoods have forwarded, just as a small short-term thing to make life a little easier, is installing a temporary bathroom and trash services, providing trash services to these folks. I think that there are a number of people, no matter how they feel about the long-term presence of RVs along the El Camino Real, who feel like the presence of trash and people using the bathroom on the street and all that kind of stuff is not ideal, either because they're concerned about hygiene or because they're upset aesthetically or something. But also, I just think it would make life a lot better for the people who are living there. Redwood City has installed a toilet facility and has put up a dumpster and provided trash services to the camp of folks that are living along Charter Street. And I think that that would be a great option here, just so that we can make everyone a little bit more comfortable, whether they are people who are living nearby this encampment or people who are actually living in it. So that's my contribution.
Thank you, Rachel. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Dancia Bostrom and then Elaine Wood. Rebecca, go ahead.
Thank you so much. City Council, as you know, America's largest terrorist organization, according to top security officials of both big political parties, are white supremacists. Experts report that white supremacists represent as much as 80% of all violent terrorist acts in our country. And often, the police force is not just complicit, but participating and enabling. This is something that we all unfortunately witnessed last week as we watched the rabid mob of white people storm the Capitol and vandalize our most beloved democratic institutions and put in danger our very top leadership and even kill a different police officer by hitting him with a fire extinguisher. It was horrible. And reports are coming out that a large number of these participants were in fact members of local police forces. This could happen here. Has Palo Alto conducted a thorough investigation to see if any members of the Palo Alto Police Department participated in Washington's mob riot? It is conceivable because a Menlo Park white businesswoman was shown to be out there. It is possible that members of our police force were there too. And if so, we need to know, and they need to be terminated. No, it is not acceptable for the police to continue to keep secret this information that puts all of us at the risk of violent harm. How to prevent this kind of thing? Well, first of all, we need to diversify leadership. You've probably noticed, well, actually, you probably haven't noticed that the city council is whiter than it ever has been. We saw these violent mobs wear t-shirts saying Camp Auschwitz, also saying 6 million were not enough. Did you know that no one on city council represents any religion, according to the public statements of the city council members, other than Christianity? Our city is one of the most religiously diverse cities in the country. There are Muslims, Jains, Hindus, Buddhists, and many Jewish people. None sit on our top leadership. This mob also was violently threatening African Americans, as they do. How about putting 2 more members back on the city council and requiring that those seats go to African Americans, especially women? We will not have progress unless we demand progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Elaine Wood, to be followed by Julianne Frizzell. Dancia Bostrom lowered her hand as she wants to speak on weed abatement. Elaine, go ahead.
Thank you, and good evening to the council and everyone attending tonight's meeting. I serve on the board of Downtown Streets Team. My reason for speaking tonight is to read a letter from all the Downtown Streets Team board to the council and city management. The letter's purpose is to correct a response one of our board members made to a question he was asked at the December 7th council meeting. I'll read you the letter now. Dear Mayor Dubose, Mr. Shikata, and members of the City Council. It's a little bit lengthy, so hang with me here. On December 7th, 2020, Downtown Streets Team Board Chair Owen Bird appeared before the City Council to urge approval of a 3-year contract renewal between the city and Downtown Streets Team. At that meeting, Mr. Bird made incorrect statements of fact and asserted that reporting by the Palo Alto Weekly related to allegations of sexual harassment against Downtown Streets Team were in error. In response to direct questions from then Vice Mayor DuBose, Mr. Bird told the City Council and the public that there was no civil or criminal matter, therefore giving the impression that no administrative ruling that sexual harassment by senior Downtown Streets Team executives had occurred, as the Palo Alto Weekly had reported in January of 2020. These statements were wrong. Mr. Bird and the Board of Downtown Streets Team wish to retract these statements, correct the record, and apologize to the City Council, city staff, the Palo Alto Weekly, and the public. Mr. Bird's statement that the Weekly got it wrong was incorrect when he was asked about the reporting on how an administrative law judge had ruled on November 17th, 2017. As the Weekly correctly reported, the judge made such a finding, as did the 2-person panel that reviewed the final employee appeal of an unemployment insurance compensation board. The written decisions are enclosed with this letter. Downtown Streets Team and Mr. Bird deeply regret Mr. Bird's inaccurate answer to Vice President Mayor DuBose's questions. Vice Mayor, sorry, I just promoted you there. Vice Mayor DuBose's questions and for impugning the accuracy of the Palo Alto Weekly's reporting. We also regret any damage to the Weekly's reputation that may have resulted from Mr. Bird's statement. To be clear, we do not believe the Palo Alto Weekly was inaccurate in any of its reporting on Downtown Streets team and the claims of sexual harassment by a former employee. It got nothing wrong. A member of our board of directors will be appearing during public comments at your next meeting in order to read this statement public. That is what I'm doing now. We hope this letter and that public statement will adequately correct the record. Sincerely, Owen Bird, Board Chair, Eileen Richardson, President and CEO, and the full board of the Downtown Streets Team Board of Directors. Thank you for the opportunity to read the letter and to correct the record.
Thank you, Elaine. Our next speaker is Julianne Frizzell, to be followed by Aram James, and then Dancia Bostrom. Julianne, go ahead.
Thank you, Julianne Frizzell, and thank you for the opportunity. I also was in attendance August 20th, 2018, when the City Council unanimously passed the resolution to support the State Water Resources Control Board's Bay Delta plan. And in fact, I spoke in support of the plan at that meeting. And so therefore, I'm deeply disappointed that Allison Cormack did not represent the council's position when she testified on November 30th, 2020 before the SFPUC. So I agree with the comments by Dave Warner and Shannon and Peter. I will not go much further other than I therefore do support the request that Allison Cormack be replaced as Palo Alto's representative on the BASQUA Board of Directors. Thank you.
Thank you, Julianne. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by our final speaker, Dancia Bostrom. Aram, go ahead. Aram, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to say I was very heartened by the fact that the Daily Post and the Weekly both jumped on the unilateral order of the police department, more specifically Police Chief Johnson's attempt to encrypt the police radio transmissions without a fair hearing, without due process. And I was equally impressed with our new mayor, Tom Du Bois, and our vice mayor, Pat Burt, for not letting that go uncontested, that you met with them quickly. Pat Burt says we don't know where this is going to come down. It was probably correct to say that at this point. And I understand from the mayor's comments to the Post that we're going to set a hearing on this, a public hearing, not something on consent calendar, in late February. I'm going to ask, and I'll write some suggestions, that it not just be a hearing where the police chief presents and the city manager their position on the issue, but we have to have experts on the other side. I would recommend David Snyder from the First Amendment Coalition. I'd also have suggested to at least one member of the press over at the Post that they submit an affidavit, and I would say to the Weekly as well, how much it interferes with the ability to do First Amendment reporting for the benefit of the community if they have the radio transmissions encrypted, in addition to already crippling the First Amendment by having the press and public have to go through a website now rather than through speaking to a live police officer. I can relate to that. I can only imagine if I was trying to represent my clients facing lots of years and I was told I had to submit my cross-examination questions in writing, wouldn't be able to provide due process or equal protection. So again, I think this is a really good start because it's my personal experience, whether it's anybody else's, I don't know, that the city manager and the police chief have been anything but transparent over the last year or two that I've observed it. I could be wrong. You guys could all find them to be the most transparent public officials of all time. But the point is, we've had the cover up in the Perone matter. We've had, like I said, the website situation without that going to public hearing. We had the city manager put the downtown streets team matter for funding on the consent calendar. Thankfully, that was taken off because you can see it led to other things. But I'm very optimistic at the beginning of the year that the new constituted city council is not going to let the city manager and the police chief run over the people, and more specifically, our representatives in the city council. So to Tom and Pat, great start to the year. That's how we do a democracy. Transparency and accountability equals democracy, at least minimally. That's what we got to do. Thank you both.
Thank you, Aram. And our final speaker is Dancia Bostrom. Dancia, go ahead.
Unmute.
There you
Hello?
go. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, however, whichever way you're speaking, you have the TV or your computer on, and we're getting a background noise from you talking with background noise.
Okay. Sorry. The reason I'm here is that I would like to appeal the case that we actually put, my property actually put in this county's program for weed abatement for 3 years. And I don't think
that item is coming up. That item is coming up in about 10 minutes or so, if you want to raise your hand at that time.
Okay.
Oral communications is for anything not on the agenda.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is the first time I'm here, so I kind of do not know what's going. Yeah, I'm sorry. I will wait.
The mayor will announce that we're on the public hearing for weed abatement, and if you want to speak at that time, then you raise your hand.
Okay, I'll do. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you to all the public speakers. I think that concludes oral communications. Let's move on. Do I have any motions for the minutes?
I'm happy to move approval of the action minutes for November 30th, December 14th, and December 23rd. And I'd like to thank the clerk for making the changes to November 30th. I appreciate that.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, let's vote on the minutes. Vice Mayor Byrd?
Sorry, yes.
Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filseth?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo? Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Great. Okay, that passes 7-0. We move on to the consent items. I know it was a late packet. I understand there were potentially some late questions. Did everybody get their questions answered at this point? And if so,
no, I submitted a few questions later this afternoon and haven't received response yet.
okay. I know, like I said, the packet came up very late this week. Generally, we try to do that before the meeting, obviously. I don't know if the city manager, do you have any response, or do you want us to just move forward?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, it's not consistent with our procedures to have discussion on consent items. So what's really needed is for council to remove an item if they'd like a report and would like to discuss the item.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not even aware of what the questions were. So, okay. So I'm open to entertaining motions on the consent calendar. Go ahead. You can, Councilmember Stone.
I'd like to pull item number 5 from the consent calendar.
Okay, Councilmember Coop.
I was going to vote, register a no vote on number 5, but if Councilmember Stone is going to vote to pull that, I'll support. I'll be second vote.
Okay. Councilmember Tanaka.
No vote on 2 and 4.
Sorry, and Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, quick procedural question. If we pulled item 5 off the consent calendar, but scheduled it for consent next week so that 2 new council members would have a chance to read it, is that something that's procedurally possible?
It's not contemplated by the council's procedures. I would recommend that you just go ahead and place it on action either tonight if the manager and mayor believe that that's appropriate, or it would be next week. And then you could always refrain from much discussion or any at all and simply move to a motion and a vote when it comes up next week. Item number 5 requires 4 votes to pull. It's a second reading of an ordinance, and under our municipal code, that does require a council majority. That's an exception to the normal rule.
In that case, I'm going to back down here. Thanks.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes, I want to remove item number 5.
Okay, and Councilmember Koo, your hand's still up. Did you have something else?
No, thank you.
Okay. Hesitant to do it. The only reason I'm contemplating supporting pulling item 5 is just because of the late packet. So I'll go ahead and support that. If it is just clarification, let's deal with it quickly when it comes back to us. So we have 4 votes to remove item 5. So would anybody want to make a motion on the consent calendar itself? If not, I'll make a motion to approve consent.
We'll second that, excluding item number 5.
Okay. All right, so we're voting on consent, excluding item 5, and with Councilmember Tanaka's no votes on items 2 and 4. Councilmember Cormack, how do you vote?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Philseth?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Great. All right, that passes 7-0 with Councilmember Tanaka no on items 2 and 4. Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to speak to your no votes?
4 is really simple. I voted no before, so just consistent. On item 2, these are for new diggers, and my issue with this is maybe it's okay, but it certainly wasn't clear in the staff report. So this is a pretty major purchase, $633,000. This is at a time when we're very low on revenue and things are pretty tight. And these are supposed to last 100,000 miles, which at present they have about 12K miles. So it's about 1/10 the mileage. Now, in the report it talks about hours, like it has a lot of hours usage, which I could believe it's a digger, right? So maybe just sitting there and working away. But there was nothing in the report I could find that talked about how many hours has it been used. So my dad used to be a helicopter mechanic, so I know a little bit about like equipment maintenance, right? Usually there's a log of the hours. So how many hours is it supposed to last? How many hours has actually been used? Not that was not in the report, at least not that I could find. And last maintenance cost on this was $18,500, and that's way cheaper to pay that maintenance cost versus paying $633,000 at a time when we're cutting funding from our schools, we're cutting this program, that program. All these programs are beloved by the community, and so to me, rather than investing in 2 new diggers, I think it would be worth it to really instead just pay the maintenance cost. And I think the number of hours it was down was like 50 or 60 hours, so it wasn't a lot for a whole year. But if we do need an additional one, maybe a short-term rental would make more sense versus committing all this additional capital when money's already scarce for the city. So to me, it just doesn't seem like a wise decision to be buying 2 new diggers. Also, it didn't say where the old diggers were going to go. We were going to give them away. We were going to sell them. Right? That wasn't clear either. And I think that's also important to know. So a lot of issues with this item. I wish these things were better vetted, but I don't know if my colleagues share that opinion, but I think right now, given our fiscal issues, we should be a little bit more cautious. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, let's move on to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Perhaps I do have a PowerPoint, actually quite a bit of information to go through here, so I will try to be brief. I do want to just make a quick transition and note, with apologies to the council, that I think Councilmember Tanaka's questions could have been answered if we had the typical lead time on the 11 days that we're normally accustomed to. So just let me give a quick overview that these digger derricks are, there's really no more core equipment to our utilities operation than the ability to dig holes for poles. So that is what that was for. The 2 vehicles that are being replaced, as indicated in the report, were vintage 2005 and 2006. So at this point, being 15 plus or minus years old, are at the issue of obsolescence and affecting safety features as well as the operation themselves. The notable that the fact that these are utility funded, these are special funded, so they're really not fungible, so to speak, with other general fund resources that are more discretionary on the council for decisions. And we do have standing policies related to surplus property, including vehicles, that would be addressed with the action that we're taking through this procurement. So with that, let me jump over to the items for tonight and really getting caught up while, again, you had a meeting last week. Clearly that was to get organized for the year. So we'll hit the ground running with quick updates on a few things that have not stopped for sure over the holidays. So next slide, please. First off, just noting our regional stay-at-home order remaining in effect. As you may have seen, on Friday, the state announced extension of the regional stay-at-home order for the Bay Area, extending through indefinitely. And so as a result, really tracking the ICU bed availability as the key metric that will be used for determining when what has been colloquially called Purple Plus would conclude. Now, the county health officials are continuing to warn us and to engage us in ongoing efforts for public information, as noted here on this slide, with respect to staying home as much as possible, wearing a mask when you're outside of your home, restricting travel with more specific guidance and restrictions related to travel. Do not gather with others outside of the home and staying a safe distance at all time. I believe hopefully most members of the community, certainly our business community, should be aware of ongoing economic packages related to both business as well as now focusing on low-income residents and eviction moratoria that are currently set to expire and ongoing discussions of extension of those requirements. Next slide, please. Would note more specifically under areas of city engagement and operations, there is a new request for mutual aid that has been enabled through a state order known as this Medical Facility Surge Assistance by California Fire Service order. Pursuant to that order, which is really to staff's knowledge, first of its kind, enabling fire agencies to deploy paramedics and emergency medical technicians to medical facilities to support additional staffing necessary for hospitals and other medical facilities. So pursuant to that order, we have 4 members of our Palo Alto Fire Department that have now been deployed to Kern County in order to assist with surge staffing necessary there. This is a 14-day deployment and all expenses are covered through this mutual aid arrangement. The council and community may be very familiar with our sending fire staff on wildfires in pursuit of part of our regional task force responsibilities. And again, this is the first time in which this overall mutual aid system is being used to provide medical staffing, and in this case, to provide support to Kern County where medical staffing is at critical levels. I noted earlier ongoing support for business, and we've got some additional information on small business relief grant applications, which are coming up in the next couple of days. I know there's been quite a bit of discussion of this in the business community, so if anyone is getting caught up on that, we do have a webpage here, CA Relief Grant, sorry, my wording there, careliefgrant.com. And we know that the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce has been very actively involved in tracking and providing support to local small businesses, as we have to the extent that we could provide additional information. Also, now I want to turn to vaccinations. And last week, the county, Santa Clara County, provided update to its vaccination plans. I would note this simplified URL, SCC Free Vax. So you see this on the page here, SCCFREEVAX.org. You can also get to the same page via the county's regular COVID web pages, but this is a simplified way to jump specifically to information about vaccines. And just in summary here, note that what has been widely discussed as phase 1 is well underway in terms of distribution and inoculations, with details on phase 1B expected from the state, while noting that this really has been an area that has been rapidly evolving in terms of information available. And so we will continue to push out information as quickly as available. I do have some additional details to share with you. Next slide, please. Specifically, and this is really an eye chart, this is one of the graphics that is shown on that web page that I mentioned, sccfreevax.org, that basically outlines the professions that are covered in both phase 1A and phase 1B. So in particular, in a nutshell, phase 1A is the healthcare professionals, as well as residents of long-term care facilities. And it's really, the discussion has turned to phase 1B and the tiers within phase 1B, and in terms of the sequence of how whether it be law enforcement officers, teachers, and other frontline workers will be sequenced within this phase 1B. So again, recognize that this is really not readable as a graphic here, but that information is available on that county website I just referenced. And then another really important piece of information, if we could go to the next slide, hopefully this one's more readable. I was in a meeting with the county a couple of days ago, and they shared this perspective, which I think is really helpful to understand the complexity of the system that we are experiencing. And this is the distribution of vaccines from the federal government on down, as they say, to arms, in which the shots are being put. So from the federal government, on the left of this chart, you see the state of California. The state has received a level of allocation from the federal government. Also notable that the feds are directly distributing to CVS and Walgreens for inoculation of long-term care residents and I believe staff as a part of that. So those are going directly from the federal government to those companies. And I should note that this graphic is generated by the Santa Clara County, really County Exec's office. So the blue blocks you see here, where it's describing what we can see, is from the perspective of the county. And relevant for us to the extent that they're our primary information source for data on distribution, as well as status reports on how the distribution is going. Now then, back onto the left side of this graph, you see below the state of California, there are two major blocks. One is the county in color, and it's the county that is then distributing to the county's health system, its own regional medical system, as well as the other providers such as Stanford Healthcare that are receiving distributions from Santa Clara County. Equally important to note, on the left side of the blue, you see the gray box indicating multi-county entity, and that includes Kaiser and Sutter-Pamph as multi-county entities that are receiving direct allocations from the state of California. So as we try to keep track of the pace and who's next and how distribution of vaccines is being handled, there are multiple channels through which the vaccines are being distributed. And while we have come to rely on the county, I think the message here in this graphic is that the county is doing the best they can with the visibility they have, recognizing that there are multiple channels that they are not directly involved with. So a really complex system. And as it relates then back to the tiers, or the phase 1A, phase 1B, and the tiers in particular within 1B, be honest, I'm not entirely clear at this point how the pacing of the implementation of phase 1B will occur among these multiple distribution channels. And so while we have pretty significant and I feel confident good visibility from the county in terms of what they are doing, it's less so in terms of the multi-county entities or the CVS Walgreens direct federal allocations. So again, no direct, I'll say it's very specific information I can share with you other than an appreciation for the complexity of the systems that we're tracking, and that we, on behalf of the city, will do our best to continue to provide information to our residents and businesses. It is notable that, and again, in communication with the county, that it is possible that individuals, including workers and residents, that fall or are members within, let's say, Kaiser and Sutter-Pamph, may be getting opportunities to receive vaccines outside of what we have been told from the county system. And so, again, we will continue to track this, but recognizing just the complex system within which we are doing our best to stay on top of and be able to share that information with residents and visitors and businesses. Next slide, please. Okay, that said, testing also continues, and testing will continue to be an important part of our ability to manage through and then recover from the pandemic. We do continue to have our Mitchell Park Community Center program through the county, which our next date is January 22nd. Also, future dates available. We do know that those dates fill up quickly. And so we've certainly heard from residents frustration with inability to get time slots available. I will let you know that I've been experimenting with the system myself, and do know that even if you cannot get Palo Alto's slots available, that there are direct links to nearby, and it may not be very nearby, but within the county, slots that are available within a few days. Then we also do have the available additional testing through Curative, which is currently occurring on Tuesday and every other Wednesday at Mitchell Park Library parking lot. We do note a disclaimer here that there has been an FDA notice and some reports of other agencies backing off of programs with Curative, with the understanding that there has been a FDA notice issued of a higher risk of false negative results with the Curative tests. So just want to note that for public awareness. Next slide, please. Okay, like I said, we haven't stopped with lots of things going on. Foothills Park, as council is well aware, we opened to the general public, to everyone as we phrase it, on December 17th. Over the past, has it only been 3 weeks, had quite a significant increase in visitation. Would note just sort of a combination of issues. I won't call it a perfect storm because a storm might have actually reduced some of the issues we've had, but we have had perfect weather for visiting foothills, and also perhaps people with time on their hands and a desire to get outdoors, which has combined to really stretched our ability to manage through. So staff is continuing to test options for metering access to ensure that the visitor experience is as positive as possible. Would note that a number of steps have been taken by our Community Services Department staff, including managing the parking to provide a little more order to parking. We have support from community service officers from the police department that are assisting in managing parking, as well as limiting access to sensitive areas. We have new cordoned areas. They're not the best looking, but they are in temporary mode to make it clear where I want to use the term pedestrians, but people shouldn't be walking. And so those areas have been marked to be a little clearer, as well as on an ongoing basis, reinforcing messages where necessary, as well as with now the moves that have been made to maintain a closure once we've reached capacity to stay closed until 3 p.m. that has provided some capacity of the staff that are on site to actually do interpretive support to increase the quality and the communication with visitors who may be there for the first time, as well as enabling our mass communication to through both message board as well as website, and let folks know how to spread out the visitation and avoid peak periods at the reserve. Next slide, please. Just note that, let's see, note that mentioned the changes that have happened in terms of our messaging for push notifications. Would note that we have an upgraded vehicle counting system that is still in the works, a little delay on delivery of that system in order to provide hopefully real-time information, so we're more able to, again, meter and give information to the public to avoid making the trip up the hill, as the case may be, and only to find that it's closed. And that we will be coming back to the council for discussion of setting and perhaps adjusting the ability to set a visitor maximum, as well as should have noted here a fee, proposed fee on entrance. Then that will be coming back to the council on next week, actually next Tuesday. Note that that's a special meeting given the Monday holiday. And we do have additional information on our homepage. Sorry, I'm going long here. Next slide, please. And next issue, in terms of police radio encryption, quite a bit of media attention on this. Would note that for those who hadn't been tracking this topic, that last week our police department did implement encryption on radio transmissions in compliance with an October 2020 bulletin from the California Department of Justice to protect personally identifiable information, a PII, and the topic I think the council's well versed in discussing in terms of PII, that is, in our various programs. Would note that a number of local agencies have already made the same transition, including the county sheriff, cities of San Jose, Sunnyvale, Morgan Hill, and potentially others within the county. We do know Mountain View is anticipating moving within the next month or two, and others are expected by the end of the year. We do acknowledge local media interest has been under information on police activities. Oops, I just lost my window. Sorry, hang on for a second. Okay, and let's see. And I do want to note for the council's awareness and for community as well, really not an excuse here, but I do believe it's worth acknowledging that the sequence of events here really has in kind of a after action, one might say, perspective, that from my personal perspective, it has demonstrated a difficult example of the limited staff bandwidth and balancing competing priorities that has resulted from our budget reductions. And unfortunately, we will have additional examples of that in the months to come as we will continue to be talking about budget actions and unfortunate choices we'll need to make going forward. I mean, specifically, there have been reductions within the police department, both for technical services as well as for public information that would have been directly involved with this transition. And as such, again, not an excuse, but nonetheless, I think an important theme to note as we are reviewing and assessing next steps going forward. Next slide, please. I have one more slide on this topic. Would note, again, is explaining where we are to date. Excuse me, alternatives such as requiring officers to use cell phones or switch channels on radios does add burdens to officers as well as dispatchers and could compromise safety of our police personnel. And as such, at this point, explains the approach that had been taken here. Other alternatives, including that could be discussed, include challenging the Department of Justice requirement or supporting state legislation, which again we learned had previously been introduced but had not moved. We will come forward back to the council to talk about the status of those options, as well as we expect that both as other agencies proceed with their implementation, as well as in our ongoing consultation with the Department of Justice and others, we may be able to identify additional alternatives in the near future. Would just note that transparency of information does continue to be a priority, clearly for the city and for the police department, and to reinforce that staff will continue to provide real-time incident notifications for significant incidents. And this is a bit of a litany here, so let me read it as such. We do provide real-time incident notifications for significant incidents, and that will continue directly from the police department. There are daily report logs on basically a police blotter that are done on a daily basis, as well as online press releases or other notifications where there's a larger story to be presented, as well as responding to media inquiries. And staff are reviewing options for reinforcing these current practices. And then finally note that we do plan to agendize this item for council discussion within the next 60 days based upon the ongoing work. We do have additional information on our homepage. Next slide, please. And finally, looking forward, this coming week on Monday is Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and we do have celebrations planned with the mayor participating with Youth Community Service in a program on Monday at 11 a.m. Thank you, Mayor, for participating in that with a number of community organizations involved. In the interest of time, I'll proceed to the next slide, which we simply notes that we have other activities planned around MLK Day, including a legacy walk quote display at Mitchell Park. I haven't quite figured out exactly how this will work myself, so I look forward to understanding through both YTS and our CSD staff, our Community Services Department staff, that are working on the particulars of this program, as well as a number of other events. And more information on these programs will be available on our webpage if they're not already up. And I believe that's it. Next slide, please. And that's it, just our ongoing channels for plugging into information. So my apologies for a little extended city manager's report, but lots to report on today. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Ed. That was quite a report. There's definitely a lot going on. All right, we're going to move on to our action items. Our first item is action item number 6. It's a public hearing on objections to weed abatement. Is there a staff report on this?
Yes, let me ask our fire chief and perhaps our fire marshal to lead off. And basically, I believe we're here to respond to any questions. This is a fairly routine annual process that we're kicking off, and opportunity for any property owners that have been notified of their inclusion in the list to address the topic.
Okay, so
Madam Chair, it's like perhaps we should proceed.
Okay, so no other public report. Okay. And then are there, so I guess I will go ahead and open the public hearing if there are any members of the public that wish to comment on this item.
Any members of the public that wish to speak regarding weed abatement on their property, please raise your hand and we will call out your name. You have 3 minutes. Our first speaker is Dancia Bostrom, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg and then Sherry Way. Dancia, go ahead.
Hello?
Hi, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Yes, I live at 419 Wilton, and I received the note for the county has put us in this 3-year program, I believe, for for the weed abatement, and I don't think it's quite adequate. The reason for that, we do have professional services all this time, and the property has been very, very well kept. The time that he did not come was during last year. There was a period, I believe 5 weeks or 6 weeks or so, the shelter in place, and he has not notified me that he couldn't do it. So by the time we received the note, I believe was May, in the first week or the second week of May, and I called him up, and then he was telling me because if he got caught by doing the business, by doing the gardening work with me, somehow he feel the city, the police or somebody will give him the penalty, and he said that penalty would be much greater than than the service fee I was going to pay him. But nevertheless, he came back on May the 12th. As soon as the shelter in place was lifted, he came back to work, and the property has been very well maintained. And I spoke, back then I do have a manager, property manager, and he spoke to the county, and the county said that we need to come here for the hearing. And just recently, I also communicated with the county again. They addressed the issue by asking me to come to the public hearing, and so I just want to find out how we can, mediate this, because the gardener has been working since May the 12th. I think it's May the 12th, and it's like bi-weekly, every other week, or the least it's 3 weeks, 3 times a month. So we thought it was pretty adequate, and we live here now, and it's pretty well kept. So we just wanted to find out, how are we going to, because I don't think it's fair for us to put us in a county program for 3 years. So, and I would like to, comply with all, regulations and laws. And we like to work with all agencies just to make sure that, that everybody's on the same page. And we will continue to, provide the services, because we are happy with this gardener. We have been using him for many, many years now. So there's no reason just for, 5 weeks and fire him and do something else. So I just need help on this.
Could you repeat your address, please?
419 Wilton, WIL, yeah, Wilton, 94306.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dancia. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Sherry Way. Rebecca, go ahead.
Thank you. I actually wanted to talk about the consent agenda items. So I hope that's okay if I do this because I think accidentally we weren't given that opportunity. So
hand up during it, so we didn't.
no, there was no request for hands. In fact, and I sent you 2 emails, Beth. I did. You can check your email. And I also emailed the mayor saying that was forgotten. So
Go ahead.
Thank you. There was as you all know, one of my biggest passions is conflict of interest. And I saw that there was a very minor change to the conflict of interest rules. And I think that it's great that you're looking at conflict of interest rules. So you might as well actually give some teeth to those conflict of interest rules. And in that regard, I want to tell you what happens when conflict of interest goes unabated. For example, someone who is just newly elected to vice mayor of this city used to run a metal plating company called Acteron. He ran this for many years. Acteron is in the business of metal plating, an outdated and earth-destroying method of covering one metal with another. Now this is done much more easily with clean methods, including computer technology and all sorts of other stuff that actually existed during the time that Pat Burt was running this company. Ultimately, he sold his company to an even bigger polluter. But according to the EPA's records, which are available publicly, Acteron actually polluted the environment to the tune of 11 tons a year, unabated, and did so in San Carlos and Redwood City. Again, this is directly from public records of the Environmental Protection Area. Environmental Protection Agency. So when a direct competitor of Acteron named CPI, a direct competitor to Pat Burt's company, CPI, was starting to do business in Palo Alto, our vice mayor actually went out of his way to make sure that CPI was kicked out of Palo Alto on the grounds that metal plating is too highly toxic and dangerous to the community to be allowed to operate in Palo Alto. Meanwhile, this was the very business that he was operating just a little bit north in San Carlos and Redwood City. Again, all of this is in the public record. This is the kind of corruption that failure to enforce conflict of interest bring. It could happen to anyone. Of course, I'm pointing out Pat Burt because this story is so extreme, but it could be anyone. Now is the time to make it illegal to stamp down on conflicts of interest. Every potential conflict should be disclosed. Whether or not you all decide to recuse yourself, that's a different story. But the public is entitled to know if there's any potential conflict. So I urge you to take a closer look and act with greater force when it comes to conflict of interest. Thank you for considering.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Sherry Wei, to be followed by Latai Weng and David Liu. Sherry, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for allowing me this opportunity to speak to the City Council. My name is Sherry Wei. I am the property owner at 2660 Bryan Street in Midtown. We've owned this property since 1999, and we're proud owners, and we have a weekly gardener who came here every week for the last 20 years and doing the gardening and cleaning the front yard and backyard. And we have never been put on the abatement program or weed program because our house was a garden and front yard and backyard was well maintained. Except that this time we see the list that were put on the program. This was in 2020, April 10th, and that was during the shelter in place due to COVID-19. And I believe our gardener was complying to the shelter in place, and for the safety of compliance and safety of everyone, I think he did the right thing. He didn't come for a few weeks, 5-6 weeks perhaps, But unfortunately, that was the time that the routine check was taking place. And if we were not a good property owner, we would have caught, during the last 20 years, but we had never been informed of such problems. And our gardeners has since resumed his service, and so the front yard, backyard are not a problem. So I'm asking the city to consider to remove us from this abatement list because we do not have that problem. And that during that period of the weed growing was really extraordinary circumstances. I think we all understand. And I hope that the city take this into consideration, remove us or come back and inspect again. It's not appropriate to put us on this 3-year program. It's not fair, and it doesn't take into consideration of these extraordinary circumstances during the COVID-19. Again, Tom, our address is 2660 Bryan Street. And that is my request. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. And our final speakers, Latai Weng and David Liu. Latai, go ahead.
Hello, this is David Liu. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to explain my situation. I'm the owner of a property at 2349 Greer Road in Palo Alto. My property was well maintained for over the last 20 years, except during the pandemic shelter in place. Unfortunately, on May 1st of last year, the inspector claimed that the front yard grass was too tall. That's the time period where the gardener could not come out because the gardener would not violate the shelter in place. So my case is very similar to the previous 2 cases. So I hope the council can waive or drop the so-called weed abatement program inspection during that shelter in place period. After that, it's well maintained. The grass is well maintained, and prior to that, it's also well maintained. The only problem was the shelter in place causing the gardener would not come. They would not violate the law. I would not violate the law too. So what I'm saying is, under this specific shelter in place regulation, I hope the city can do a special request, special approval to drop the my case of weed abatement program. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. And that's our final speaker, Mayor Du Bois.
All right, thank you. Let's bring it back to the council for questions, motions, discussion.
Mr. Mayor, if I might suggest, I believe Mr. Krum, I can never get Mo's last name straight, but I'm sorry, representative from the county might be able to respond on the issue of enforcement during the shelter in place.
Oh, okay. Is that Mo?
Yes.
That would be me, yes.
Go ahead, sir.
So yes, in each of the 3 cases, the properties were inspected on May 1st. We have a very narrow window in which we can do the inspections in Palo Alto because of when you take your break in July. The stay home order doesn't prevent people from being able to go out in their own yards and cut their grass, nor did it even prevent people from performing weed abatement work, contractors from cutting grass for fire protection and those types of things. We were conducting inspections throughout the county, throughout the stay home order throughout the entire fire season. Ultimately, the decision is that of the council. And if you choose to dismiss these, that would be your decision, and we would do whatever you require. These are all residential properties, and even with a stay home order, property owners or tenants could still go out and cut their own grass. It doesn't require a contractor or a special order for someone to be able to come out and to do that, to keep a property, to keep the grass cut, to keep a property in a fire safe condition. So that's the county's position.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, I'll bring it back to council. Any council members have comments, questions, motions? All right, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I also just wondered if Chief Blackshire, I see that you're with us. Did you have any comments you wanted to make about this particular time period?
Thank you. Geo Blackshire from the fire department here. Mo being the weed abatement manager for the county is definitely the authority on how these processes are done. However, I am aware that there was some ongoing conversation about clarity among residents early on about the having the ability to remove fire hazards under certain provisions, whether they're to do it themselves or have a landscaper do it. So although it seems that there was clarity from the from the county's perspective, there may have been some, depending on how it was interpreted and people trying to follow the order. So I can see that, there may be some misunderstanding and communication on how it was received by the residents. So again, the weed abatement manager is the authority on how the protocols are done. But, during that time and early on and how the communication was done from the county, that's clearly based on the residents, it wasn't quite clear. So that's the best I can give you right now.
Thank you. I remember that time vividly. I'll have a comment on that in just a moment. Mr. Kumre, did you find a substantial increase in the number of properties that needed to have weeds abated? That would be another data point we could look at to see if this was an extraordinary moment in time, or is this about the same number of properties we always have?
Limiting it to the city limits of Palo Alto, I don't believe we had an extraordinary number of increase within the city limits. No, countywide, yes, but not necessarily within the city limits of Palo Alto.
Okay, well, that's very helpful. Thank you. I'll just say that I remember this being a very difficult time as people were trying to do the right thing. And some people were unhappy if a landscaper arrived and was from out of town. Not everyone owns gardening equipment, even if they live in their own home. And I myself actually drove over and took my own rake and a lawnmower to help an elderly resident who was very scared about what was happening, and her landscaper wasn't coming. So, I'm sympathetic to these three people who've come forward and said that this was a moment in time and that it's been rectified. I guess back to Mr. I'm gonna try again on your name, Kumre. Do we have any evidence this has been rectified, or this is just the information from May 1st?
Because we have no authority until we've gone through this process to do anything other than add them to this list. We have no other information.
Okay. All right. Well, I will look forward to seeing what my other colleagues have to say on this, but I'm inclined to give these three people the benefit of the doubt, given the fact that gardeners were, asked not to shelter in place during that time.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, so I agree with Councilmember Cormack that this unusual circumstance, either during the shelter in place or on the shoulders of the shelter in place before landscapers were able to come back and do their normal duties, really creates an unusual circumstance. I'm frankly a little surprised that there were county citations in that period. So I'd like to move that the we approve the weed abatement staff report, and with the exception of the 3 properties who tonight expressed requests for repeal from inclusion.
I'll be happy to second that. And just for the record, that's 2349 Greer, 2660 Bryant, and 419 Wilton.
Thank you. And then this is not speaking to the motion, but it's really a point of personal privilege I'd like to tack on here. Again, tonight, there was a speaker who made some personal accusations that are so opposite from the truth that it reminds us of the danger of being in a post-truth era. Just to clarify for the record, briefly, first, I had no business interest at the time that we were reviewing the CPI case. I had no business interest with my former company, but the environmental achievements of my former company were renowned throughout the region. We received multiple environmental awards. It was really one of my proudest achievements for over 20 years. We received about a half a dozen environmental awards. We had virtually zero discharge. I have no idea where these false figures came from, and I'd be glad to share with the speaker records of all of this. My company was even utilized as the model by Palo Alto for our wastewater treatment plant for the region, sub-region, as the model practices. And we received the Actera Environmental Award and many others. And so it really is incredibly hurtful to turn something that was an exemplary record into that kind of an accusation. But I would be glad to clarify for anyone who would like to contact me and present all of the record. And it's something I'm actually incredibly proud of, and many people are fully aware of my company's achievement, many in the environmental community. So thank you for that forbearance to allow me to say that.
Okay, that was a point of personal privilege. Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to continue on weed abatement?
Question for staff. How many of the people on this list are repeat offenders versus like first time offenders? Does the staff know?
I don't. This is Mo Cumbery from Santa Clara County. Because I actually had an appointment at the VA, I'm still sitting in their parking lot and don't really have that data with me. I would be more than happy to forward that data to you tomorrow, if you like, to the council.
Okay, I guess my concern is we heard from 3 people tonight, but my concern is there might be a lot of others. And I wonder, I mean, is it a little bit harsh for us? I mean, it's shelter in place, it's COVID. We heard what, one council member had to do for her neighbor. I mean, I just wonder if we're being a little bit extreme here, and whether, unless we are like really sure some of these people are just like terrible offenders, repeat offenders, I think we should tread a little bit lightly here and consider maybe for this weed abatement, given the COVID-19 situation, to waive it for everyone, because we have 3 people who knew how to call into council. A lot of people don't know how to even contact council. They even know what to do. I think we should. Sorry,
sir. They've all been informed on how to contact the council for this exact reason. We've notified them of this meeting and that this is their opportunity to tell you why they shouldn't be on this list.
Okay, that may be the case, but it's, maybe they're working, they may have to take care of kids. I don't know, but I guess for me, I think we should give people a benefit of the doubt. So I will not support this. I think we should give everyone a pass on this one this time around. COVID is unusual. I think the rules were very unclear. I mean, even when I'm on council, I had to ask several times because it wasn't clear to me, and I can only imagine for everyone else. And it's also pretty tough economic times for a lot of people, right? A lot of people lost their jobs or taking pay cuts. I think a lot of people try to do the right thing. So I think we should try to do the right thing tonight, and I think we should vote to not do any of this, not to assess anyone on this list, at least for this time around, because of COVID. If it happens again, right? Okay, that's a different story. But I think for this time around, we should give people the benefit of the doubt. I think that's what we owe our residents here in our city.
Okay, Councilmember Koo.
I'm not sure, but did the maker and the seconder make their statement?
I think, yeah, we did that point of personal privilege. Did you guys want to speak to the motion? You guys spoke prior to making the motions.
No, I think we spoke, I spoke adequately to the motion.
I don't have anything additional to add. Thank you for checking.
Thank you. In that case, I just want to say that I will support the motion. You know, at the end of the day, this is an important program where it is identifying potential fire hazards. And we do have properties close to each other. And in case there's anything that that should happen, we certainly don't want it to spread elsewhere. So I do appreciate Mr. Kumri's inspection of the properties here. And at the same time, I do recognize that during that time, there was a lot of confusion. Like both the maker and the seconder had said, you know, there were so many emails. Me, myself, I wasn't sure where it was going. County couldn't quite tell us whether yes or no for gardeners. So there does need to be some recognition of that. So I will be supporting the motion. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Kumri.
All right, Councilmember Stone.
Yeah, I'll be supporting the motion as well. I appreciate the comments that Council Member Tanaka raised. I agree, we are in unprecedented times right now. I would like to kind of take it easy on as many residents as possible, given the constraints of COVID and the shelter-in-place orders that were in place in the spring. However, I think Mr. Comrie made it clear as far as the level of public outreach and opportunities that were provided. We have the objectors tonight who weighed in and had the opportunity to present their case. And kind of what concerns me is that in the spring, we're entering the fire season. We know that the objectors, at least taking them by their word, did weigh in to let us know that they have remedied the situation. And so I think to excuse them from this list makes perfect sense, but without having kind of any testimony from any of the other objectors, I don't think it's appropriate to excuse them all at this time.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other hands, so let's go ahead and vote on the motion. I think I'm following a rotation, so I'm up first this time, and I'll vote yes. Councilmember Filseth?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
No.
Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
And Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Okay, that passes on a 6-1 with Councilmember Tanaka voting no. All right, we are running approximately an hour behind schedule. I'm going to suggest that we go ahead and hear the staff presentation for the next item, and then we'll take a 10-minute break. That's okay with everybody. So we're going to move on to item number 7, which is approval of a financial audit of the city, as well as our comprehensive annual financial report and FY 2020 budget amendments. So is there a staff presentation?
Yes, we do. Our Chief Financial Officer, Kali Nose, I believe, will be leading off.
Yes, and I just realized I started the PowerPoint on the last slide. So sorry about that.
Little hiccups at the beginning of the calendar year.
Yeah,
All of it.
got to get back in the swing of things. Can everyone see my screen? Hopefully, great. I see lots of nodding heads. Thank you, Council. Good evening. I'm Kylie Nose, the Administrative Services Director, and I am here with our City Auditor, Kyle O'Rourke, to discuss our 2020 financial statements. So just a quick overview. This is an item that went to the Finance Committee back in December of 2020. And typically, if it had been a unanimous approval item, would have actually been on your consent calendar. But given that there was some splitting of the support of this item, it's before you as action tonight. Overall, it's a good news story, I think. We ended the fiscal year 2020 in a positive position. As a reminder to everyone, that positive position was already planned and accounted for in all of our financial planning. So this doesn't mean that there's some new necessarily pot of funding available. And this net positive position is actually the combined impact of a reduction in our general fund position, offset by a positive or a surplus, quote unquote, in our enterprise funds. Before you, we're transmitting 5 of 6 of our annual audits, the 6th of which will be coming later and has been delayed due to COVID-19. Our BSR overall is just slightly below the council target of 18.5%, but it is within the target range of 15 to 20% that council has set. And overall, in 2020, budgeted expenses remained within approved funding levels, fund by fund, but there are recommended realignments between departments, as well as the timing of capital projects. We try and time them as best we can, but obviously what happens by June 30th of one fiscal year versus what happens on July 1 of the next can be difficult on large projects. So if you take nothing else, go away with that summary, but we'll dive into the details a little bit more here, and I will actually pass it to Mr. O'Rourke, who will walk us through the financial statements. Kyle?
Thanks so much, Kylie, and good evening, members of council. It's a pleasure to be before you in the new year. Look forward to working with you closely in 2021. Kylie, you can jump to the next slide. So just an overview of responsibilities. So of course, the city charter requires that the city engage a public accounting firm. In this case, the city has engaged Macias, Ginny, and O'Connell to serve as the external financial auditor. The city code also requires the city auditor, that is myself, to help coordinate the annual external financial audit. As discussed briefly in the finance committee meeting, this year was a bit unique in that I started essentially days after the field work had been completed. So Kylie and I have been coordinating as a result and transitioning responsibilities over the last couple months. So just a quick overview. Kylie, if you want to jump to the next slide. As Kylie mentioned, we're transmitting 5 of 6 required audit reports, or rather MGO is. The first of which is an audit of the basic financial statements. The second is an audit of the cable TV franchise for 2 years. 2 calendar years. The third report is an audit of the Public Improvement Corporation. The fourth report is an audit of the Regional Water Quality Control Plant. And lastly, there's an agreed upon procedures or AUP report related to the appropriations limit. So those are the 5 reports you'll see in your staff report today. The purpose of a financial audit, of course, is to obtain reasonable assurance that the amounts are fairly represented and stated. In this case, as Kylie alluded to early on, there was an unmodified opinion. This is the best of the opinions that you could receive. There were no material weaknesses, no errors or reportable findings, and the auditor's MGO concluded that the city complied with accounting standards. And lastly, as Kylie mentioned, the single audit report is to be completed by March. I actually was in touch with MGO earlier today, and we believe it will be completed in early February, but that 6th report is forthcoming, and the delay was due to necessary guidance, federal guidance related to CARES Act funding. Kylie, you can jump to the next slide. Actually, might be. So that covers, if you see in the action items, there's 3 components to the action item. The first of which is the items I just covered, so approval of the financial audit reports. The second 2, Kylie will begin covering now. So I'll turn it back over to Kylie.
Thanks, Kyle. As Kyle mentioned, he went over the first, so I'm going over the next 2 items. Just as a quick precursor, that there are kind of 2 ways that we are looking at our financial statements when we're talking about our year-end accounting practices. The first one is about government-wide statements. These are most akin to private sector company accounting, where it's on a full accrual basis. There's 2 types of activities: governmental activities. So these are our basic services. This is what we would refer to as our general fund or special revenue funds. And then there are business type activities, which are enterprise activities. So they're funded in whole or part by your ratepayers, basically. So your business type activities are primarily our enterprise funds, utilities, as well as public works. Fund financial statements in green, and this coloring you'll see as we move through the PowerPoint presentation, are more commonly what we use to plan from a financial budget perspective. Again, two classifications that in large part follow with what the government-wide financial statements are. And the difference is that they're on a modified accrual basis for those basic services. So modified accrual means that revenues and expenses are recognized when it can be measured and when they're available. That differs from the government-wide when we're looking at our full liabilities, like our pension liabilities or our assets that don't necessarily have a specific cash value. Proprietary funds are the same as the government-wide, again, primarily enterprise, and these are on a full accrual basis. So really that big difference is under governmental. So overall, if we look at our government-wide statements, we ended at a net position of $1.2 billion. Now, obviously that seems like a really large number. Over 90% of that are capital assets. And remember, this is all funds. So in that $1.1 billion of capital assets are things like our infrastructure, and not just buildings and facilities, but also all of our infrastructure associated with our utilities. So your lines, your pipes, etc. There are restricted funds that are subject to external restrictions, such as our 115 pension trust fund. And those restricted funds are about 77 million. And then the very tippy top of that 1.2 billion net position are unrestricted funds. And across all funds, that is just 29.5 million. And really that reflects the positive balances in business type activities. So again, enterprise. We have this graph here to show you that when we're looking at full accrual, when we make policy changes at the governing board perspective, not by council, but by accounting standards, like GASB's, the GASB 68 implementation or GASB 75, which were two major changes in how we report financially our pension liabilities and OPEB liabilities. You can see that it significantly will change that net position. And so again, full accrual is based on us looking at all of our assets and liabilities, both near term and long term, and trying to provide a relatively accurate picture of where we're at across all funds. So that $1.2 billion in net position is actually up by about $34 million across all funds. As we discussed at the Finance Committee, that doesn't mean we have a surplus of $34 million. It doesn't mean that there are excess funds of that. That's actually the combined impact of a deficit in our government activities. So again, our basic services, we had about a $9 million deficit in there, offset by positive, so revenues outpacing expenses in the business type or enterprise activity of 43 million. Both of these were expected. As everyone knows, these financials do include the first 3 months of COVID-19 and the significant financial impacts of those that the council and community has reviewed. And so these were worked into the estimates in terms of developing the 2020 as well as 2021 budgets. So moving on from those citywide, government-wide, financials and into the fund financial highlights. These are more commonly what the council reviews or the finance committee reviews as part of our quarterly reports when we do report quarterly financials. So overall, governmental fund balances were about $266 million. That's a $38 million decrease from FY19. And remember, governmental funds, special revenue funds, and general funds. So when you look at that decrease, it's actually split amongst the general fund, the capital project fund, and that's partially offset by some other governmental funds. So you can see that there was about a $13 million deficit in the general fund and a $25 million deficit in the capital project fund. Again, all of these things were things that we had planned and reported out on and worked into our financials. Overall, we have a $35.9 million budget stabilization reserve. So this is lower by about 35% but as we'll see in the next slide, it is within the council's target range. And then overall, all of our city enterprise funds, except for refuse, ended the year in a positive change. And again, refuse was planned as we made a significant capital investment in 2020. So here's a brief reconciliation of the budget stabilization reserve in the general fund. It's standing at 18.2% of our 2021 adopted general fund expenses. So as I mentioned before, it's about $500,000 below the 18.5% target, but within the target range of 15 to 20%. This is actually a little bit higher than what we had presented to the full council on June 16th in 2020 by about $3 million. Again, what that does is it helps us maintain that target level of 18.5%. Okay. I'll breeze through this. This is really just looking at historical actuals of our revenues in the general fund. And what you can actually see is that drop, between the FY19 actuals and FY20 actuals. And obviously that's largely due in part to COVID-19 impacts. And then you can also see our 2021 adopted budget that continues to decline as the council and public are aware. What this means is that if you just look at our tax revenues, which are bolded in the key to the right, that our 2021 adopted budget assumes about $107 million of general fund tax revenues, which is just slightly above the levels that we were receiving in FY15. So that does show you the impacts of the COVID-19 on our economic kind of base. Same graph, but just on the expense side. So again, you can see that expenses continue to rise as you move through either service level changes or obviously just cost of doing business increases. But then you can see that precipitous drop in the 2021 budget as we balance that budget to the revised forecast. So as expected, you can kind of see that growth and then expected decline in 2021. Oops. Okay, briefly going over non-general fund. So on the left, you'll see a summary of the capital projects fund. So this is the item that we'll be discussing, or fund that we'll be discussing with the council. We're expected to come at the end of January. It ended the year with a positive fund balance of $84 million. Before council or the public takes that necessarily to spend on new projects, again, all of that's already been programmed out. So for example, $5 million, as the council is aware, has been set aside for the Roth building rehabilitation. These are TDRs or other funds that council has already set aside. By policy, there are some Cubberley expenses that have been set aside in the Cubberley fund, and the California Avenue parking garage. As the council is aware, we've set those aside and have issued debt associated with that. That $60 million assigned for all other capital projects is what helps fund the 5-year CIP that the council adopted, or rather approved, as part of the FY 2021 budget process. On the right side, you can see the enterprise funds net position. As I alluded to before, the one that does have a decline in net position is refuse. We made some significant vehicle purchases in 2021 that were planned, and so there's no harm to the reserves. That was an expected reduction. And you can also see the other biggest change was in our gas, as we saw the impacts of rates as well as consumption. So lastly, the third recommendation before you are just the technical adjustments to clean up the FY 2020 budget. So these are really primarily four different types of adjustments. So we'll align the budget actual revenues to offset expenses. So that's in enterprise funds, special revenue funds, and general fund. Net zero realignments. So we'll move budgeted funds amongst, for example, departments. But overall, it's a net zero impact to the fund. Truing up transfers to other funds based on actuals, as well as adjustments to the fund balance. So overall, these are net zero adjustments in the general fund. And on the capital side, which is the area that the Finance Committee identified and did not have a unanimous approval, really is truing up all of the expenses in the various CIP projects based on 2021 actual expenses. And really realigns, or rather aligns, the timing of the expenses between FY 2020 and FY 2021. There's only a handful of projects that actually exceeded approved budgeted levels, and no overage was above 10,000. So very minor adjustments in terms of overall project adjustments. So with that, we have 3 big items for the council's consideration: the approval of the financial statements, the approval of the comprehensive annual financial report, and the approval of various budget appropriation adjustments. For all of these are for fiscal year 2020, which ended on June 30th of 2020. So with that, I will turn it to the mayor.
Great. Thank you, Director Nisay. So I'm going to suggest we take a break here. It's just before 7 o'clock. So if we could come back at 7:10 and we'll pick it up from there. See you guys in a few minutes. Council members, if you're back, if you can turn your camera on. All right, let's see a quorum here. Okay, so we heard from staff. I guess let's go to the public and then we'll come back to council. City Clerk, let's see if there are any public comment.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to the financial statements audit, the management letter, or the CAFR and budget amendments, please raise your hand. Mayor Du Bois, there's no hands raised at this time.
Okay, and I do know we have a little bit of a lag, but we will proceed. So Councilmember Tanaka, you were chair of the Finance Committee. Do you have any comments on this from the Finance meeting?
Sure. So as you guys could see, most of it we agreed upon. I think the only part that didn't have agreement on really is, and maybe staff could bring it up. If you could bring up attachment B, attachment B exhibit 2. I'm not sure, there's no page numbers on this. I'm not sure what page number it is, but it's the new public safety building of $811,000 increase. It's next to it is PE 15001, new public safety building, $811,000. Adjustment to increase project due to higher than anticipated expenditure in fiscal year 2020. And so I'll tell you, I was the dissenter, so I'll tell you why I didn't agree with this. You know, we're in a very, as Kylie mentioned, we're in a pretty difficult fiscal time right now. And you know, we're having a record amount of spending on our infrastructure. We've cut a lot of community programs that people care about. We've cut back about $3 million or so from our school district through the company transfer. You know, we're tightening our belt everywhere. And you know, I was on the Infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission many years ago, and I understand the need for the public safety building. And in fact, I supported it. I think it's definitely needed. I know, I realize our current police station is outmoded and all that kind of stuff. I took the tour. I've done all that. But is now the time to be moving forward on the public safety building? I don't think so. In fact, that's why not only now I'm not for doing the public safety building right now, I'm especially not for increasing the budget by $811,000. To me, that just doesn't make sense. So that was the dissenting vote. I was the dissenter on that, and I still don't think it's the right thing. I think these capital projects can be pushed out some, and we could use the money for our operating expenses, so we don't have to cut services as dramatically as we've been cutting. And so I just cannot support increasing the you know, putting another $811,000 towards the public safety building. I think we should go the other way. And I said that at the finance meeting. I think we should go the other way. I think we should pare back our capital budget. These are tough times. And, you know, there's a possibility that, you know, some federal dollars will come rolling in, and maybe construction costs will come crashing down because of the economy. And then maybe we could think about, you know, doing a public safety building when the construction costs are lower, when there's more federal funding. But for us to be starving our operating fund, to be funding a public safety building, which while I think is needed, is not needed at this very moment. I think it's not wise. It's not something that we should do. I think we should think hard about this and reconsider, do we need to spend so much on our infrastructure right now at a time when so many people are hurting? And when our operating budget is, our general fund is so constrained, I just, it doesn't make rational sense to me. And that's why I was the dissenting vote on it. And I'm hoping that my colleagues could think about this and think about, is now the time for us to be boosting our infrastructure spending and moving forward on the public safety building. And I could see under conditions when that might make sense. But now, to me, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense right now under the current economy, under our current budget, under our current needs. It doesn't make sense.
All right, Councilmember Tonka, thank you. I don't think that's the agenda item tonight. But But I think that was the main difference that finance was over these budget amendments. Are there any other council member comments? Why don't we do a quick round of questions, comments? Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Thank you, staff. I always find this, especially the statistical section, really interesting, so helpful. I encourage people who haven't had a chance to go all the way to the back of the CAFR. It looks at the comparisons over 10 years of a variety of interesting things. Thank you for providing all this information. It's always helpful to review the sensitive accounting estimates. I think that helps those of us approving the audit know where there might have been things to pay attention to. Always appreciate the review of the wastewater treatment plan so we can look at those allocations to the other cities and entities. Remember that it's a two-step process. I want to compliment staff, page 149 on the overall expense savings, really quite close to the target BSR. And that was really done through expense savings when we had no idea how the revenues would adjust and we wouldn't know for some time. I did want to ask one quick question. And I don't know if the right staff is here this evening, but there was some reference to TOT. What is the status of the 2 Marriott hotels on San Antonio? I think they were supposed to be completed last year. Are they completed? Are they open? Anybody happen to know?
I believe they're either in a soft opening or the official opening, I think, is not expected until a little bit later, but still in Q1 of this calendar year.
And I see Director Late
nodding.
Okay, great. Okay, that's helpful.
Thank you.
I did on the sorry, get my reading glasses on here. The amendments on page 165 to the general fund were very helpful, explaining the discrepancies with fire and police. Thank you for that. I wondered on page 169, I see an increase in workers' comp claims. Were any of those related to COVID?
Not yet.
Okay, all right.
I do believe that is a foreshadowing, though, of what the council can expect to come. As we continue to plan on workers' comp claim costs increasing.
Great. I have no further comments or questions at this time.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes. So thank you for the report. I was actually took a significant note of the auditor's review, and I know from experience that the unmodified opinion sounds kind of like an innocuous response, but that's basically an A grade. And I want to commend staff for really having that sort of accountability and accuracy and everything that went into achieving that. That's actually no small task, and I think the public needs to appreciate that that's a significant achievement, and it reflects very well on our staff. I'd also just like to touch base. I was confused by Councilmember Tanaka's comments. I do share concerns over the public safety building and over our capital expenditures this fiscal year and even next fiscal year in the midst of a financial emergency. But this report is about last fiscal year. It has nothing to do with our current decisions, which we'll be taking up in the coming weeks on what we do on the capital budget for the remainder of this year and for next year. And so I couldn't follow the relevancy of those comments. And if I'm missing something, can staff please clarify?
Okay, all right, is that it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Koo.
I also want to say thank you. This was actually very interesting reading. Couple of questions. On packet page 166, there is a reference to attachment A, exhibit B. I'm just wondering, did I miss a page here? Because I can't find it. But it's about the capital improvements. The action reflects the combined impact from adjustments to projects as outlined in attachment A, exhibit 2. And I'm not seeing that. So that was one. I just wanted to make sure that I haven't missed anything as I'm reading this.
I'm looking, Councilmember Ku, thank you for the question. You are correct. There are a number of documents and attachments here as we've tried to bring forward the Finance Committee report. So let me just double check that and return with a response.
Okay, thank you. So another question is on packet page 174. I realize this is in past fiscal year, but the electric customer connections, are those cost recovery? They're recoverable costs, right? So it's okay.
That's correct.
Very good. Then on packet page 158, I see that the property tax for fiscal year 2021 has continued to go, well, it's expected to go up, and FY 2020 has gone up. The dock transfer fee has gone down. So is that based on number of units sold, or is that based on prices?
So property tax is a combination. It's, I would say it's a blend of the prices. It's a blend of the turnover, any development that's occurring on any assets, as well as any Prop 8 adjustments that have to do with a declining market. Whereas documentary transfer tax is specific to the transactions that are happening. So what I think you're seeing in terms of the discrepancy between them is property tax itself, the assessed value that's used to determine property tax is actually lagging. So the revenues that you see coming in 2020 really has to do with the market in the prior year. And same thing for 2021 has to do with revenues that were received, or not revenues, I'm sorry, the real estate market essentially, or property market prior to 2020, but in 2019. So there's a multi-year lag. So what you'll actually see is in 2021, not 2021, I'm sorry, 2022, staff is going to expect that property tax growth really flattens because 2022 is going to show the assessed value during this COVID period of 2020. So the property tax, AV, assessed value, happens multiple years in arrears, whereas documentary transfer tax is submitted at the time of sale. So that's a much more current transactional based tax, whereas the property tax has a definite lag to the impacts that we'll feel.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I was kind of saying, how can, it's not coordinated, you know?
Right.
Yeah,
Yep.
all right. That's very good. Well, thank you so much.
Ms. Ku, I believe I might be able to respond to your first question. And I guess I'm going to share my screen really quickly here, but were you referring to, and you will see this shortly, item number 3, and then it transfers to the second page, attachment B, exhibit 2. Is that where the attachment you were looking for?
I was looking for attachment A, exhibit 2, that is referenced in attachment B, exhibit 1, but on page 166, packet page 166.
Attachment B, exhibit 1.
Yeah.
So that should be.
This one here it's capital improvement funds. After the general fund, it goes into capital improvement funds.
Councilmember Ku, I think that reference attachment A should actually read attachment B.
Oh, okay.
It's a typo. Apologies for that.
No. I was just searching for it.
No,
thank you,
you're right.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
So I have one quick question. If you could go back to your slides, I mean, the decrease in unrestricted funds has been dramatic, right? So 2017, I think we had 200 million in unrestricted funds. 3 years later, we have about 30 million. So what, are we just assigning more and more of those funds so that they're becoming restricted? Or, you know, at the top level, the total amount of funds is order of magnitude the same, but that's a huge shift. So I just wonder if you could comment on that. Yeah, so, you know, looking at the gray bars, the big difference there. Was that an accounting change? Oh, you're muted.
I'll get that one of these days.
Yeah.
And you're right, those are accounting principle changes. And so when those accounting principle changes come into play, we refer to them as GASBs. You can see that in 2015, GASB 68 came into play. And what that did was have a full accounting, or rather full recognition of the liabilities associated with pensions. So that took your unrestricted balance and significantly reduced it because we increased the liabilities on the books. So that's the main driver for actually that change from 454 to 175. And the similar change from 2017 to 2018 is when GASB 75 was implemented, which is the full liabilities associated with our OPEB or other post-employment benefits. So they are accounting principles that are being implemented that impact that.
Great. Okay. And then I know you said it, but I'll say it again, because every year when we do this, somebody gets it wrong, that even though we call these things unrestricted funds, that doesn't mean that they're not unallocated, and we've actually allocated our budget. And then I know I asked you at finance, maybe for the benefit of the council, what is the contribution plan for the Section 115 trust?
Sure, thank you for that question. Just as a refresher for everybody, the council has approved through the pension policy or pension funding policy that every year we will budget our normal cost retirement pension obligations, assuming a lower discount rate than what CalPERS assumes. So currently the practice by the council is to assume 6.2% as the discount rate versus CalPERS's current 7% discount rate. The difference between those figures, we deposit to the 115 trust annually. In addition to that, sometimes when we have budget stabilization reserve excess funds, the council will take action to move 50% of, actually, I'm not the council, the city manager may take action to move 50% of that to capital investment and 50% to the 115 trust. In this year, no recommendation to that effect is included in any of these reports, since we are still below the council target level for the budget stabilization reserve.
But
I'm sorry?
The normal cost is that about $2 million?
More than that, if I take the citywide figures. I believe we're in the 3 to 5 million, actually, if I look at all funds. And the 2 million, I think, is the general fund piece. I can confirm that, though.
That's fine. And then the last comment I wanted to make was there is a COVID office improvement line. It's about $300,000, I think, in this budget. And again, just going forward, it may not be enough. Just something to think about. So I think we did a round of questions. Open for any motions. Anybody would like to? Let's start a second round. Can I make further comments or make a motion? I didn't see whose hand went up first, but Councilmember Cormack.
I'm happy to move approval of the staff recommendation, including all three components.
All right, and is there a second? I will second it. Okay, Councilmember Burt. I saw him raise his hand. Seconded by Councilmember Burt. No?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Either one.
Councilmember Cormack, do you want to speak to your motion?
Very briefly, I think the city of Palo Alto should be proud of the way that we conduct our finances in this manner. And I appreciate the level of detail that goes into it. It's quite extraordinary. Thank you.
I concur with Councilmember Cormack's comments, and just want to commend staff for a very thorough job on both the performance and the transparency by which they provided the information.
you.
And Mayor Du Bois, just to answer your quick question on the pension trust, the FY 2021 budget assumes a $5 million all funds contribution, of which $3 million will be from the general fund.
Okay. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I'm still gonna be voting no on C. I disagree with Councilmember Burt on this. I think it shows the wrong precedence in terms of where we're headed. I understand what he's saying, but I still disagree. So can you split the motion, please?
Yes, I can do that. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so we'll go ahead and vote on A and B together. First, starting with Councilmember Filseth, how do you vote?
Yep.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So that passes 7-0. And then voting just on item C, which is the budget amendments. Starting with Councilmember Koo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
I vote yes. And Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes on a 6-1 vote. All right. Thank you. That actually got us back pretty much on schedule, amazingly. All right, so we're going to move forward on item number 8, which is an update and discussion on Plan Bay Area 2050, final blueprint, the regional housing needs allocation, and direction to staff regarding the city's response, including preparation of formal comment letters. And it looks like staff has a presentation, so let's go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Du Bois, and good evening, City Council. I'm Jonathan Late, the Director for Planning and Development Services. Myself and staff have been before the council a few times in the past several months to talk about these issues. So I won't get into as much detail here this evening. I did want to, the reason we're here is because there are some public hearings that are taking place this month before the ABAG Executive Board and the Regional Planning Commission and MTC. And so if the City Council were interested in submitting comment letters on Plan Bay Area or RENA, we wanted to make sure that you had that opportunity to forward those comments, and whether they're the ones that are included in the draft letters in your packet or some variation thereof, we're happy to move along those comments. So let me see if I can advance the slide here. And there we go. Okay. Okay, so we're in the 4th year of the last year of a 4-year effort for Plan Bay Area, and we're getting to the place now where MTC and ABAG is poised to support a final blueprint for the region that would cover a number of policies, housing policies, transportation, economic and environmental related policies through 2050. And to achieve that, there's several strategies that have been incorporated into Plan Bay Area. And between the summer, where the draft blueprint was presented, and now, where the final blueprint was last presented or released in December, there have been some updates, and those updates are shown on the slide. There's a number of updates. This is just a summary of some of the key ones that have resulted in some notable changes that I'll touch on in this presentation. The first one is household growth patterns and how they've adjusted over the course of the summer and fall. On the left, you will see from the draft blueprint the general distribution of housing patterns throughout the Bay Area. And on the right is how they're now presented in the final blueprint based on updated strategies that they were working on. And you can see that Santa Clara County still continues to have the bulk of new household growth. But you can also see that it has shifted north toward San Francisco and to the East Bay. Similarly, and this is a new slide if you didn't see that shift on you, this is a similar graphic showing office growth patterns or job growth. And again, a similar description of those jobs moving north and also to the East Bay with reductions in Santa Clara County. The letter that, so staff has been working with ABAG staff and MTC staff to get some additional information and clarifications on Plan Bay Area. There's a number of data elements that were still outstanding and we're trying to get clarity on. We have questions about the city's office cap policies and to the extent that those have been incorporated into the final analysis. And so these and other questions have been flagged in our letter for council's consideration this evening. Shifting to RHNA, which is a separate effort, the Regional Housing Needs Assessment or allocation for the different jurisdictions. This process, nothing's really changed since the last time the council received an update on this, though the methodology that RHNA, that ABAG has selected to distribute the housing units throughout the Bay Area has been updated based on the final blueprint. You may recall that the RHNA numbers rely on that future households growth projection for 2050, and RHNA is distributed to the different jurisdictions based on that number. And so with the changes that were made with the updated strategies, there was a notable change for Palo Alto in terms of the number of units that are being required of Palo Alto should these numbers go forward and ultimately be approved by the State Housing and Community Development Department. This diagram shows these hexagons that represent different cities, but then are also grouped into different counties. And you can see, if my mouse is showing through on the cursor, you can see where Palo Alto was receiving previously a 36% increase with the draft blueprint. And with the new final blueprint, it's a 22% increase in household over our existing household population or number of units. And so this also reflects some of the changes where the overall distribution stays relatively the same, but some of the units have, of course, shifted northward and to the East Bay. In terms of the actual number of units that are anticipated based on these updated figures, this is a chart, and if you can imagine, sort of in between, there's this line here separates what it was for the draft blueprint, and on the right side of that is the final blueprint. Before they were projecting that Palo Alto would be subject to 10,000 new housing units, and the new final blueprint shows us closer to 6,000 with this distribution at these income levels shown on the chart. And this is, so similarly, we prepared a letter for the council's consideration if you want to forward on any concerns regarding the RHNA methodology. We still have some underlying concerns that carry over from our last letter that are reflected in this letter. And we do think that while they have made some adjustments in Plan Bay Area relative to COVID, we still think that there are some fundamental analysis that has not been included that still could affect the number of housing units that could reasonably be produced within an 8-year period. So let's see, going forward, I mentioned that there were a couple of hearings. I believe on the 14th, it's the Regional Planning Commission meeting they meet. That's a subset of ABAG. And I think the executive board meets later in January with MTC meeting also toward the end of January. where I would anticipate recommendations would be forwarded to HCD on RENA, and the final blueprint being endorsed for development of its implementation strategy, as well as preparation of the final environmental impact report for that document. The staff recommendation is for the council to receive this update and to provide direction as appropriate on draft letters, whether those should be submitted to the appropriate agencies. And that concludes the staff report. I'll stop sharing and happy to answer any questions if the council may have.
Okay, thank you. I guess let's go to the public and then we'll come back to the council for discussion. Beth?
Go ahead. Any members of the public that wish to speak on the Bay Area blueprint, please raise your hand at this time and we'll call your name. We first have Gab Layton. Gab, go ahead, and you're speaking for 4 other people, correct?
Yeah, I think that's correct, possibly 5. Beth, I was wondering also, do I have the ability to share my screen?
We'll move you up to a participant and then you should be able to share your screen at that time. Hold on just a second. Okay, we have you now as a panelist, so you should be able to share your screen.
Okay, let me, well, first of all, actually, can everybody see? Let me just try and share the screen straight away.
And Gab, we do have you speaking for Joe Hirsch, Winter Dellenbach, Chris Robel, Asher Waldkogel, and Nielsen Buchanan.
Okay, perfect. Well, first of all, thanks very much to the council members for allowing me to speak. And while Jonathan just presented about the implications for ABAG and the numbers that they have given to Palo Alto, I'll be talking about further upstream, which was the HCD allocation to ABAG. And by way of introduction, my name is Gab Layton. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, and I'm also president of the Embarcadero Institute. Asher Waldkogel, who I think you're all familiar with, and I founded the Institute some time ago, a number of years ago. We came to the conclusion that a number of policy decisions, both locally and at a state level, were being made without what we thought was the necessary data to support the policy decision making. And at the same time, we realized that there was a lot of government data that was available and underutilized from our perspective that we thought would help in that process. So we started the Institute with the idea of providing data to help local decision makers and state level decision makers make better policy decisions. And to that end, 2 of our biggest projects recently were around looking at the McKinsey number of 3.5 million housing need that that was mentioned by the governor in a number of his addresses, and also has been also talked about by the HCD. We looked at that number and tried to understand how they'd arrived at that. And we also looked at the recent HCD RENA allocations. And the reason why we focused on those 2 particular set of numbers was that they stood out because they were unusually large, and trying to better understand how, whether these numbers made sense and how they came to be, we thought was important. And to be clear, I worked at McKinsey for a number of years, and I have a lot of respect for the analysis that is done by McKinsey. I will say, though, that this recent 3.5 million housing target that they established is not as well founded as most of their other research and analysis. But more specifically, in relation to the HCD numbers, I wanted to share, can I just make sure that everybody can see this screen, this slide that I have?
We don't see anything, or if you're trying to share.
Let me see again if it's, let me try again. Is that
Yep,
working?
you got it. Yep.
Okay. So this is in our most recent report, which actually has been cited by well, number of city councils and councils of government. We looked at what we consider to be the old HCD approach and the new HCD approach. And to be very clear, none of this work is models that the Embarcadero Institute developed ourselves. These are models that were in the past used by the HCD to determine RENA allocations. And then more recently, they've changed and adopted a new model. And we looked at sort of how those numbers differed. But in this more recent report, which is yet to go out, we looked at 5 models that are actually available and in use by various agencies. The first is in this series is the old HCD approach, which is the methodology that they used for the last 3 or 4 housing cycles. Then there's the Freddie Mac report that was recently released in February that estimated the California housing deficit. And then beside it is the new methodology used by the HCD, the McKinsey number, and finally, there's a couple of professors, one out of UC Davis and one out of UCLA, who have developed their own methodology that is based on the new HCD methodology, but expands it even further. And as you can see, these are estimates of how much housing is needed in the 4 major planning regions of California, and they vary substantially. And to understand that, there are a number of factors driving these discrepancies. Most of them revolve around the use of different benchmarks, and then fundamentally a misunderstanding that has led to a double count. And one of the misunderstandings, I'll just go to the next slide, is that the Department of Finance, when they generated their household projections for the next till 2030 for the most recent housing cycle, looked at these household formation rates, these trends, and they saw that there has been a steady decline since the 80s, but they saw this more recent drop off since 2010 as being exacerbated by the Great Recession. And so they decided to put in an implicit return to normal, which they considered the average of 2000 and 2010. So they built in a return to normal into their household projections. They did that because they perceived that there was overcrowding that was happening as a result of, economic duress, and there was cost burdening of households, which was causing a depression in the household formation rate. And in that way, they had already factored in an accommodation for overcrowding and cost burdening. That's important to understand, because when you look at these models again, you see that this base level here, the very dark gray, is the base level projections of how many basic households will be increased in the next period of time up until 2030. But all these areas in gray are adjustments associated with what is considered an existing deficit in housing. And then the yellow is a vacancy adjustment, and the very top is a replacement adjustment. A replacement adjustment is simply how many houses turn over or demolished in a period of like 10 years. They take the average of that and they decide that there's some level of replacement that will need to happen. So that's a factor. The vacancy adjustment is saying, like, yes, if we had everybody perfectly housed, we still need some healthy vacancy level to ensure that the market works efficiently. And those vacancy numbers or vacancy rates are different depending on whether it's owner-occupied housing or rental housing. And that was one of the big differences in the new HD approach. They applied the same blanket rate of 5% to owner-occupied and rental housing, whereas in the past, they had applied a 1.5% to owner-occupied housing and 5% to rental housing. So that actually made a significant difference. But essentially what's happened here is the original approach did factor in that there was some number of missing households due to overcrowding and cost burdening, and that estimate was arrived at by the Department of Finance. Then HCD would go on to add the vacancy adjustment and the replacement adjustment. In their new model, they have made second adjustments for those two variables that we just discussed, the overcrowding and cost burdening. Elmendorf and Monkkonen decided that that was not sufficient. So they extended the cost burdening adjustment. And in addition, they also added a job housing adjustment.
2 minutes left.
Oh gosh, okay. I'm going to then move past that and just say, you can see there's a huge range in these numbers. What's interesting though, is then to consider how do these really work in terms of what difference they make in terms of the job housing imbalance. Because everybody talks about this job housing ratio, there's a healthy ratio that the American Planning Association talks about it being 1.3 to 1.7. But there's also another thing called a job housing fit, which is how does that housing match up with the type of jobs you have? So you have to have enough affordable housing for low-income families. So you can see that the job housing ratio has oscillated, but more recently has been just under 1.3. And actually, interestingly enough, the American Planning Association says the healthy ratio is between 1.3 and 1.7. This number is the average number for the 4 major planning regions. Hang on. But if we add that, what these models say as the existing, the missing housing, if we added that back in today, some of these models would put us into areas that are really particularly low that we haven't seen since the 1980s before women joined the workforce. And so it's potentially a big red flag because below 1.2, the American Planning Association says that there's an issue with increased commuting and increased vehicles miles traveled. So the question is, like, what is the right amount of housing? It seems that those two, the new HCD model is quite extreme, and the two models that continue to make sense are the former HD approach and the Freddie Mac approach. But I think what's interesting, even though we have a reasonable overall jobs to housing ratio, what's missing is the job housing fit. If we look at how many affordable homes we have in these areas to minimum wage workers, you can see that while we were under like 1.3 for overall jobs to housing, we are well over the healthy level for affordable housing, affordable jobs, low-income jobs to affordable housing. This suggests, this graph here, it's a lot to take in, but it's really, what it says is we most definitely have an affordable housing need. And it seems that all the need established by the Freddie Mac and the HCD models lie in affordable housing. And this also makes sense given that, just going to say that we know that we have underperformed on affordable housing for many, many years. So it's not surprising that our need is in affordable housing. Apologies for going over time.
Thank you. That was a lot to take in.
Yes, I'm sorry. I probably went into too much detail in the early slides.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Joe Spalding and then Greg Schmidt. Rebecca, go ahead.
Thank you so much. So I too have a degree in economics. In fact, my advisor at Stanford would have received a Nobel Prize in economics had he still been living when his research partner, Daniel Kahneman, received the Nobel Prize in economics. Amos Tversky, my advisor, and Daniel Kahneman pretty much established the groundbreaking field of decision sciences. And since that's my degree, I can tell you that everything you just heard is wrong. It's just plain wrong. We know why homes are so expensive here, and we know why we have such a severe lack of housing. It's because price is determined only by two things: supply and demand. Right now, we have a stark lack of supply of homes in Palo Alto, which drives up the price. This lack of supply is exacerbated by private interests like Castellea, AJ Capital, and Sobrato that keep taking housing stock off the market, not to mention local billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg, who operates outside the rules. That's how our supply shrinks, and will continue to shrink if you let Castellea do what it is insisting on doing. Why do we have such demand? We have such demand because our city council continues to invite the world's most profitable businesses to Palo Alto, like Tesla. And as we know, Elon Musk, whose company Tesla is still based here in Palo Alto, is now the richest person that has ever lived on Earth, squeezing out Jeff Bezos, whose business also is here in Palo Alto in Amazon Web Services. Sorry, Pat Burt, but it's true. And no, neither of those men, worth approximately $200 billion, have paid a dime in taxes to our city of Palo Alto. And that's why we have such high demand. It's not the public schools anymore, trust me. So let's look into what would happen if we actually had, quote, too much housing in Palo Alto. What would happen? Here's what would happen. People could afford to live here. The grandparents of your children could afford to live here. The teachers in public schools could afford to live here. And more than one of our, how many, like 200 first responders could afford to live here. Fear of too much housing is a sham. It is ludicrous. It's pathological. For our lowest paid frontline workers, there is only one home they can actually afford available to them for each 7 people who have jobs in these lowest paid essential jobs. Stop arguing against these rules and make some housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Joe Spalding, to be followed by Greg Schmidt. Joe, go ahead.
Hi. So I would just like to say that whether or not a city like Palo Alto, in a very wealthy neighborhood, chooses to build enough housing is a question about whether or not they choose to accept or reject existing segregation. It may not have been our responsibility for building that system, but it's definitely our burden to bear. And I think right now, especially in light of some pretty serious, and this is going to be an understatement, but intense political situations going on nationally, it's important to remember the type of local rhetoric that, for right now, current President Trump was engaged in talking about when he talked about xenophobic threats that folks were coming for single-family homes and single-family zoning. And I think that a lot of the rhetoric that he used is reflected in the past by a lot of the stuff that has been said on video by folks, frankly, on this council. I've definitely been watching Palo Alto City Council meetings for a while, city council meetings, and making sure local governments take care of their housing needs in order to fight segregation is kind of a hobby of mine. I've made videos in the past of, and I'm gonna use the word former a lot for a reason here, former Mayor Scharf in Cupertino and former Mayor Michael Goldman in Sunnyvale, former city council members, 3 of them in Ann Arbor, and then also kind of influenced 2 other city council races over there. In terms of that, anytime I make a video about some folks who tend to go the wrong way in housing in terms of not meeting the need, and I know the folks on council who are fitting this description understand who I'm talking about. Anytime I make those videos and put the effort in, those council members, they do get unelected. And the last thing that I want to say here is I do live in Oakland. I do not show up to talk to council meetings unless I get asked by local folks to step in because they're afraid of being intimidated, frankly, in the local climate, either in person or usually on Nextdoor or on Facebook or wherever people like to hound folks digitally. I just want to make sure that we take care of our housing needs in Palo Alto. And my recommendation is to do the right thing here as my time's wrapping up. Hit that 10,000 mark. Get that housing allocated, and please do it in a place where it's actually going to get built, because we know the shell game. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Our next speaker is Greg Schmidt, to be followed by Aram James. Greg, go ahead. Greg Schmidt, go ahead. We'll move on to Aram James and come back to Greg to see if he responds then. Aram, go ahead.
Yes, I tried to make a comment to the city manager's comments. Is that still possible, or have I lost that opportunity?
Yeah, we've moved well beyond that.
It's a short comment, Tom, if that makes a difference.
I'd like to stick to our policies. That's okay. Thanks.
Okay, so here's the deal. If we're going to have housing that makes any sense here, first thing, Tom, like we talked about 7 years ago and talked about recently again, is we've got to have a robust, safe parking program that keeps vehicles in a place where folks can be transitioned into housing, well, into a nice parking area where they can have services. They can contact housing counselors, etc., while we build low income housing in Palo Alto as a form of reparations. And again, I've mentioned to the council a couple of times, we now have a statewide commission. It's called AB 3121. It's a reparations committee. It's going to have 9 members that are going to study the impacts of slavery and Jim Crow and redlining. And then they're going to propose how we might implement actual reparations. And so I'm proposing, if we're really going to end segregation in Palo Alto and we're going to abide by this concept of reparations, Palo Alto needs to appoint its own separate commission, appoint folks that really know about the history of slavery and the impact of the mass incarceration, redlining, all of the lack of access to medical care and education here in Palo Alto, and look at it, because I know Eric said, hey, that's in the past when we talked about the NAACP. And Eric, I think that's misguided. I think it's now. Yes, you're correct. It was in the past, but it's everywhere here. And I think the attack on the Capitol has just emphasized that again. I sent you all a very well-written piece by Charles Blow from the New York Times last night describing how racism is in every pocket of this country. I'd like to meet Joe Spalding and talk to him about how he's approaching this issue, but we really need to couple all of our discussions now with set-asides for African Americans that have been driven out of this community. I've lived here almost all of my 72 years. A lot of the Black folks that I've known and grew up with over the years were pushed out of the community. I don't hear the outrage that I would expect. So the plan has got to be, and I'm going to stress it as one of our priorities this year, is have something that models after Shirley Weber's AB 3121. And by the way, Shirley Weber is shortly, an amazing woman, shortly going to be the first African-American Secretary of State in California. So if you think her legislation is not well thought out, you've got a second thing coming. You really need to read about the California Reparations Act, and Palo Alto needs to take that leadership. I'm also going to be proposing shortly that we convert Castanea to an all-Black educational facility named the Frederick Douglass Education and Cultural Center. I'll be talking more about that. I know I'm over my time, so I'll stop at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aram. Our next speaker is Greg Schmidt, to be followed by Mark Molyneux and Rohan Ghosh. Greg, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
The ABAG RENA methodology has only one number that is important, the source of all the new jobs and housing projections in the Bay Area. That number comes from a wildly based assumption that Silicon Valley high-tech companies will continue to keep a steady share of the tech industry jobs throughout the United States. And also the assumption that those jobs in the Bay Area be focused in jobs-rich areas. Of course, that means fastest growth in the Silicon Valley Super District number 9, Palo Alto and its neighbors. The public analysis of these numbers is essential in open public debate. What do these job numbers mean for cost of land for new houses, already the highest in the United States? What will happen to the cost of office space, already the highest in the country? What will happen to income inequality, already among the highest in the United States? Will new residents continue to pay 10 to 15% higher rates to cover the need for affordable housing? What will happen to the middle class, especially families with young children who cannot live in one-room apartments? We need to have a public discussion of the implications of those numbers. Yet ABAG RENA has offered no effective public discussion of those base numbers. The ABAG process, their methodology, is not acceptable. Tell them so directly. Get your public involved in these discussions and the consequences of putting jobs in job-rich areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Our next speaker is Mark Molyneux, to be followed by our final speaker, Rohan Ghosh. Mark, go ahead.
Okay, I believe I'm unmuted and hopefully you can hear me. Hi there. Mark Molyneux, renter. Just a few notes on ABAG. I mean, I think it's worth remembering why ABAG exists. And ABAG exists because land use is a state authority. That is the state of California. It is not a local authority. It is in fact a state authority delegated to cities with the understanding that it will not abuse that authority. Palo Alto in the past, I'll say, pretty much since Euclid started, through a lot of explicitly racist history, some of the most ghoulish things you ever see. This is an evil place. And the land use in Palo Alto has been explicitly meant to uphold racial segregation, and then on top of that, class segregation. And this is reflected in the failure of Palo Alto to create affordable housing. So just to get back to the main point, ABAG is created as some sort of check on this, saying, you're not, a completely sovereign, government. You actually have some accountability to the state that entrusted this authority in you. Is this a perfect process? No, not at all. I think the 10,000 units in Palo Alto is poor methodology. It's way too low. The main thing to look at is just the overall metrics. Is housing affordable? $3 million houses, median rent, well into, 2,000 to 3,000 range, depending on what you're looking for. Palo Alto has, on the stats that matter, has failed badly. ABAG is a check, and I think it comes down to it. Are you going to whine and make excuses, defer to the extremely funny excuse making of the Embarcadero Institute, and just try to say, hey, we're powerful. Sure, we may be racist and classist, but we pull a lot of water in this town. Or are you going to do the right thing? I don't really care at this point, because honestly, every time you embarrass yourself, and I think the current composition of city council is an embarrassment, it gets one step closer every time to this city being disincorporated, which would be a blessing. So I don't know. Go to town, guys. I don't really care. Or you can do the right thing. Whatever. You look bad either way. So okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark. Our next speaker is Rohan Ghosh, to be followed by Terry Holzheimer. Rohan, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, council and everyone else watching from home. And welcome to the new Palo Alto City Council. My name is Rohan. I am a student at Palo Alto High School and a resident of Palo Alto. I would like to agree with my previous speaker in certain respects, saying that the initial number of 10,000 housing units for Palo Alto was itself too low. And the fact that this city council has, the previous city council, to the best of my knowledge, I think it was a previous city council that demanded the reduction to 6,000. And now, if we are still asking to reduce that further, who do we think we are as a town? Are we any different in terms of our land use policy than desegregationists of the 1950s? Because if you have a segregated city, and then since it desegregates, you don't build more homes, you don't build more places for people of different backgrounds, of different race and economic backgrounds to move in, you're maintaining the same segregated city. And it seems to be that so much for their high talk of affordable housing, the new council, in attempting to challenge these the new RHNA numbers to further reduce them, is attempting to continue that storied tradition of Palo Alto. And beyond that, even for our current existing residents, like myself, our young people in Palo Alto, a lot of us would like to possibly, after we leave here, go get a college education or something and get jobs, move back to this town and have our own place to stay in the town we grew up in. And that, with the current situation, is not going to happen. It's going to be impossible for a large majority of Palo Alto's current young people. And unless we listen to the data, that is, to these data-based solutions that are being proposed, and actually build homes for the next generation of residents of Palo Alto, I don't understand where we want this city to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohan. Our next speaker is Terry Holzheimer, to be followed by Kevin Ma, and then Kelsey Baines. Terry, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, the Planned Bay Area 2050 process has been really flawed from the beginning. I've watched it grow from the early days when it was first proposed at the ABAG meetings, I think more than 2 years ago. Besides violating several state codes, the methodology, which focuses only on job-rich areas, does nothing to take into account either the COVID pandemic situation, which we're in now, or how businesses are truly moving away from old models of office buildings. They've discovered, and you guys know this, they've discovered that there's a new way of operating, that people can work and live out of their homes. That is the new model, and it will be growing, not diminishing in the future. Also, which has been discovered, is that people do not want high density housing. They want to move away from that. They want to move away to the suburbs. What area of housing is growing the most? Not the urban centers of our country. They're moving out to the suburbs. Why? Why are they doing that? Well, because they want the space, they want distance, they want the same thing that a lot of people want, which is they want a single family home with a backyard and some neighbors close by, but not too close. I think it's time that we really look at these other models and we truly think, what are the demands? Like, for example, with this model that we have now, it does nothing to help with affordable housing. All it does is really force people, make housing more expensive, because if you condense housing, if you put more housing in a smaller space, all you do is make the price of that land go up. It doesn't go down, it goes up. A good classic example is what happens in Manhattan or any large urban area. You don't see the prices of homes going down there except through COVID recently. All of them were going up, not down. So again, I urge the council, this is what I would like for them to do, is to move forward with these letters, explaining that this methodology is flawed and it needs to be re-examined. And in the process, our numbers need to be reduced. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Our next speaker is Kevin Ma, to be followed by Kelsey Baines, and we will be taking no more names after Kelsey Baines. She will be our final speaker. Kevin, go ahead.
Hello. Good evening, City Council. My name is Kevin Ma. I'm a renter in the Ventura neighborhood. I will say it's very gutsy for the City Council to send a letter once it has the largest reduction in the RHNA number goals in any city in the entire 9-county plan, that even a drop of 4,000 is not enough for the city to say, like, we don't really care about people like me. Like, if you have a family, and you have children, you probably do want your children to have the opportunity to live near you, to have your grandchildren near you. And that doesn't really work so well if the base pay for just a condo or a house is so unaffordable that the only way they get there is they have to be a lawyer, a doctor, or a lucky computer engineer going through a bunch of IPOs. And, you know, force the rest of your family to move to other places like Texas, because the reason suburbs are popular in other places is because they're cheaper than here. And that, yes, I understand people want a house and a gate, but we also recognize that the climate we're going to live in the future doesn't necessarily work so well for that. We know that sprawl contributes to vehicles miles traveled, and that increases greenhouse gases. And if we want to take a hold on that so we don't find ourselves, the city of Palo Alto, flooded in 100 years, we have to make strong changes to make sure that, you know, we don't have a tragedy of commons here and then find ourselves in some kind of climate hellscape in 100 years. We also talk about the city about how much we care about our schools, but as we know from cities from like Cupertino, if you restrict the number of new families and children coming in, the school district isn't going to have enough money to sustain schools if there's no one in there. And as we know, Cupertino is having fights over a closing of a school. And unless Palo Alto Unified is ready to have that conversation anytime soon, one way we should solve that is just by having more families that have children so we can send them to school, because Palo Alto Unified is reducing its enrollment over years. So at the end of the day, what we want is housing, and land value is already still going up. Like, despite this pandemic, house prices seems to be going fine up, but inherently when we talk about affordable housing, we have to recognize that if the house prices are going up, kind of the only way you can fix it is more houses. Otherwise, we'll be just baking in the current inequities, the current amount of people who are living paycheck to paycheck, rent to rent, and, you know, kicking everyone else to make long commutes 2 hours from Stockton or wherever. So we'd like the city council to make sure that when they do stuff like this, they recognize that the future of their children and their future generations do kind of matter about what happens now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. And our final speaker is Kelsey Baines. Kelsey, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Kelsey Baines, Palo Alto resident. And I think as a community, we, for the most part, agree that every person deserves a home and that we need to be creating more homes in our community that will serve people who have a range of incomes. And I have been paying attention to this regional planning process for quite a while, going back to the methodology committee. And what the goal for the region was to prioritize allocating more homes near job centers and in areas with high access to opportunity. And I don't know that there's a better exemplar in the Bay Area, or perhaps the whole country, of a place with tons of jobs and excellent educational and social opportunities than the city of Palo Alto. So given that, I was shocked and disappointed to see that our allocation was reduced by nearly 40% in the latest iteration of Plan Bay Area. This was by far the highest reduction of any city in the Bay Area. And what that means, if this is our goal, it means that we're guaranteed to not meet the needs that are already present in the community. And I think it's been pretty unfortunate that there's been so much disinformation about housing need coming from a small group of wealthy, housing secure people in this community who have put out what can only be characterized, I think, as disinformation. I don't think we're in danger of overestimating the need for homes in Palo Alto. We have the data from previous cycles, and we know that in our current cycle, we've underestimated the need. So we have the numbers on the page to show that the new jobs in our region have by far outstripped the number of homes that we've built. And that's even in the high income categories. It's not just for the low income housing. And as a result, we also see that suffering in the community. So we see people living in overcrowded conditions, having to choose, am I going to buy food this month or am I going to pay my rent, or sleeping in vehicles? And I think that in order to move forward, we need to accept that things are going to change and that we do need to accept these numbers rather than fighting them, make a plan. Somebody before mentioned that, we're not going to need all these big office buildings. And to some degree, I agree. And I think that presents a huge opportunity because we have tons of old, outdated office parks that could be rebuilt as mixed use integrated communities that will be great for the city. So we should be planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey, and that's our final speaker.
Okay, thank you to all the public speakers. Let's go to council and let's do a round of questions and comments before we get to motions. So please raise your hand if you have a question or a comment. Councilmember Koo and then Councilmember Stone. Go ahead.
May I ask Beth or Jessica to put up something I sent them?
Sure. They have it.
Yes, one of us will. I'm trying
Thank
to
you.
get back in my email.
Okay. So firstly, I will have to say that first and foremost, the reduction in the housing numbers from the 10,000 to the 6,086 They have MTC and ABAG has only done that for Palo Alto and Cupertino. And I just want to make sure that we're focused that this is actually a very divisive action. And we should be sure that other cities know that it is a divisive action, just reducing 2 cities. Whereas it is not the city numbers, it's not the arena numbers allocated to each city it is a big problem, but we have to look at the bigger picture, which is the larger number, the number that the Embarcadero Institute had mentioned that is completely wrong and double counted for the region, for the state, as a matter of fact. So that's what we need to focus on. And I hope our neighboring cities will hear that and work with us in reducing those wrong numbers. The chart that I have asked Jessica and Beth to put up, thank you so much, is the guiding principles of the blueprint, of drafting the blueprint for Plan Bay Area. If you notice, the first guiding principle is affordable. Well, all Bay Area residents and workers have sufficient housing options they can afford, and their households are economically secure. Well, in history, based on past what had happened in the past few years, obviously it's not affordable. The plan that this ABAG, HCD are moving forward with is actually causing insecurity and certainly not stability. And in actuality, making land much more expensive, which causes difficulty in building affordable housing. And the thing is, even in the state legislation, they don't even have their affordable definition is way too high. It's not really focused on below market, which is under the 80% AMIs in each of the counties. At the end of the day, the levers of control is it's at the local level. At the local level, we can control our land values in order to make it more affordable. The next one is being connected. There is no robust or transportation that we can mention that is fast, frequent, and efficient and complementary. So that's another failure on their part. The diverse, it is an inclusive region. We're made up of many different nationalities from all backgrounds, and we should have access to the region's assets and resources. But let's be fair. Let's be fair. In terms of health, you know, we see through this pandemic how much open space we actually need, and yet we continue with densification into small lots. And again, that goes against the control of local values. If we control our local values, perhaps we're able actually to get some affordability back and have more affordable housing. And we're vibrant, but you know what? The job opportunities is mostly for tech workers and people that are actually working here and that actually we need. They are actually living very far away. So the jobs should be more diversely distributed. The state law that ABAG consistently mentions that has been amended. So in 1969, the state law, which is planning and land use, it's been amended so many times that now it's doing more harm than good. I just want to say also that RENA, once upon a time, was a planning tool, but today it's now weaponized by state legislation to be punitive. And when this planning tool has penalties and also removal of a local jurisdiction's land use and zoning, then it is actually something that we should fight back against. And it is also setting us up to fail. You can remove this slide, but I just wanted to point out that this is the guiding principles that ABAG is supposed to follow. But it's failing in more than one of these principles.
It's 5 minutes.
Well, then I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I just start by disclosing that I do sit on the board of the Embarcadero Institute. I do not receive any compensation from that role. I had no involvement in the drafting of this report, but I do want to thank Gab Layton and the Institute for putting it together. I think that this data is really critical. And even if you disagree with kind of the assertions of the report and the underlying data, I think we can all agree that process is incredibly critical. We've heard many speakers tonight talk about and complain about the flawed process in the methodology that RENA is using. And one of my greatest concerns with that flawed process is the mechanism that SB 35 will then create in the streamlining process, which is actually, I think, has a possibility of making our ability to actually create the affordable housing far more difficult for the city of Palo Alto. I think everyone agrees, most people do seem to agree in this community, we need more housing with a particular focus on that affordable housing piece. And that's the area that we've really kind of dropped the ball with. And so one of my first question, I understand the draft RENA methodology is allocating 6,086 new housing units to Palo Alto. Our current cycle required us to create 1,988 new housing units. I want to question staff, where are we at meeting our goals in the current cycle? And in particular, how are we doing at meeting our market rate goals?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Stone, for that question. In terms of our, so you're correct, 1988 is our total allocation for the current housing cycle. And let's see, of that, I'm looking at our spreadsheet now. It looks like we've issued permits for 734 units. With respect to, and I could show this on the screen if it's helpful to the council, but for the most part, we're not hitting our low incomes as you and others have noted, between somewhere in 10 and 15%, meeting those lower income levels. With respect to above moderate, we're tracking at about 92% right now of meeting our goal. And I could speak more specifically if you have questions as it relates to SB 35, if that's where you're going.
Yes, I mean, it's definitely where I'm going. So I'll kind of ask the follow-up question then, because I think it's clear. I mean, City of Palo Alto is doing fairly well when it comes to meeting our market rate goals. And that's consistent with my understanding with the entire state as well. So it really is this affordable housing piece that we're missing. So here's my question with SB 35 and my real concern. My understanding is that under the streamlining process, really kind of delineated within SB 35, if a project is deemed to be eligible for the streamlined approval process, does that then circumvent the city's affordable housing incentives and thus create a situation where developers could then submit a project with less than our city's required inclusionary rate on affordable housing? So for example, SB 35 requires that a city has not met its RENA goal for above moderate income housing must provide a streamlined process when any proposed development includes at least 10% affordability. Now, of course, Palo Alto's inclusionary zoning is 15%. I have hopes that we might be able to increase that as well in the near future. So under SB 35, if we don't meet those RENA goals, which seems very likely with the onerous allocation in this proposed cycle, creating affordable housing in Palo Alto could actually be made more difficult because now the developer would be able to take advantage of streamlined approval with a lower inclusionary zoning rate than the city already requires. So is my understanding correct in that?
Yeah, thank you for your question. And I see Molly on screen, and I'll certainly defer to her from the legal perspective. I have done a little bit of research on that myself with her office. And I believe that they would, developers, even if we were under the SB 35 50% streamlining that you are referencing, they would be subject to our local affordable requirement of 15%.
Oh, good.
Or as that may change in the future.
Wonderful, thank you.
Are you finished?
Yeah, I'll wait until the next round then for additional questions.
Okay. I don't see any other hands up. But thank you, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Okay, one of the things I thank you staff for sharing what you were able to on page 185, packet page 185, page 6, about how the numbers change from the draft to the final. I attended the webinar and I felt that the information was similarly high level. Do we have any understanding of the numbers that underlie these, sort of 3 brief fragments? Is there any other information we have at this time?
No, I wish we did. I think this has been part of our frustration and part of the Plan Bay Area process is as one of our public commenters spoke, former Vice Mayor Greg Schmidt had noted about these sort of super districts that they group local jurisdictions into. And when they aggregate all these local areas into these super districts, what they haven't been so forthcoming about is any specific jurisdictional data. And we keep asking for it. And we actually did a public records request seeking that information, and we haven't received, we received some of the data, and I appreciate that the staff work in pulling that together. But we haven't received the data that would give us some clearer numbers at this point.
Okay, thank you, Director Lade. And I see then how that ties directly to the request in the letter for the jurisdiction level model. That makes sense. And I do appreciate the opportunities where there were to explain why we're concerned, right? There are some things we just want to understand better. Thank you for that. Let's see, on page 188, under procedural areas of concern, recession impacts to the construction industry. So I think there was a time when we thought there might be, but now I feel, it seems like we're not getting bids in particularly low, et cetera. What do recession impacts to the construction industry mean?
Sure, I think that there's part of it is yet to be revealed. We don't know, and from our own local data, and I think we've talked a little bit about this too. Is that we're still pretty busy in our office in terms of construction activity, but it's a lot of smaller projects that we're seeing built, and so while there may be some because of the recession, there's less financing available for some of these larger projects, or people are not as willing to maybe participate or engage in a future development. And because of that, our ability to meet these RENA targets is, we are concerned, will be more difficult to achieve because those impacts have not been fully, vetted. And how could they? I mean, this is not something that we have any models for. They did do some recessionary analysis, of course, in Plan Bay Area, but it's hard to imagine that any analysis, included this kind of a discussion. And they've tried to address that in the final blueprint. It's not without sort of attention, but this is one of the areas where they have this target goal of at 2050 of meeting a certain number of housing units. And one of our continuing questions is how are they distributing that 2050 goal over these 8-year segments?
Over time, yeah.
And if it's, and this next 8 years is pretty important because of all these sort of variables that we're navigating through.
Of course. Okay, so I'm going to read that then. It's sort of potential recession impacts to the construction industry, and the financing part, that's helpful. That makes sense. Okay, I do not yet see my time has expired, so I'll move on to the first letter. I do actually think that there's been a shift. Some public commenters were, people have strong feelings understandably on this, but I appreciate the fact that the staff has modulated from our prior letters, which had, really strong language about the level, to getting more specific. I appreciate seeing that. Okay, page 192, we talked about Okay, telecommuting, this still feels a little either or, and I think I might have mentioned this the time before that, I think certainly telecommuting might be a portion of a large share of the jobs, but to the extent that, we could make this less, either people are going to work here or they're going to work at home. I'm not sure based on, what we heard Professor Bloom come and say to us that is the most realistic scenario. And now my time is up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, I was gonna chime in on a few things, and it'll probably take a couple of rounds of this. But on I want to come back to the point that Jonathan just made about asking MTC and ABAG for data and not getting it, right? I think, well, so first of all, we back off that a second. I think, I think we should do the letters. I think the letters are a good starting point. Maybe we could tweak them a little bit, right? I don't think we should be in the position of saying, well, our number should be lowered and give that allocation to Cupertino instead. I mean, I think we need to stay away from that kind of stuff. But I think it does make sense to push back on the overall process and especially the overall number. From a broader perspective, what's going on here is there's kind of a slow motion statewide abrogation of local zoning away from local jurisdictions to the state, driven by two things. One is a lot of recent legislation that said if you don't hit your RENA numbers, then we're gonna impose a state zoning template on you, right? Combined with very large and aggressive RENA numbers that most cities in the state won't be able to meet because they're not practical given current economic conditions, and they rely on the private sector to build these things, and the economics aren't there to do that. And especially for affordable housing, because the whole state system, as Greer pointed out, all of us are doing okay on our market rate targets, but none of us is doing anywhere close to where we need to be on affordable because it takes money and the state isn't willing to provide money. But back on that, one of the things that I think we ought to consider expanding a little bit in the letter is the discussion of Palo Alto office development caps, and maybe put some numbers on that, because we're asking the ABAG, what were your, and Plan Bay Area, what were your assumptions on these things, and they won't tell us, but we can clue some out, and I think maybe we ought to put ours in our letter, right? So they got something to look at, because they may not know, right? So from a job growth perspective, Plan Bay Area, we've asked them, what are your assumptions for job growth in Palo Alto? And they haven't answered. But if you look in the footnotes or in the back pages of Plan Bay Area, it looks like they're assuming somewhere between 0.4% and 1.5% per year job growth from now through 2050, okay? Because they got parts of Palo Alto allocated to what they call the Northwest County, and parts allocated to what they call the North County. And the Northwest County is like Los Altos and Los Altos Hills and some of us, and the North County is sort of a hardcore proper Silicon Valley, Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, and then parts of us and parts of San Jose and so forth. And so if you assume that, restart, I don't want to do that. If you assume that we got roughly 100,000 jobs in Palo Alto, then that maps to 400 to somewhere between 400 and 1,500 jobs per year. But if you look at our office caps, and particularly the 850,000 one through the year 2030, you're going to project from that an average job growth of about 280 jobs a year. So their estimate for us is somewhere high by 40% to 5 times. And so I think we ought to put some of that stuff into the letter in the discussion of job growth in Palo Alto. Largely because, some of this we're trying to teach ABAG and MTC to think a little bit differently about this. And the fundamental thing is you can't solve this problem, okay, unless you work both on the demand side and the supply side at once and understand the relationship of those two, you know. And so I think we ought to take this opportunity to sort of try to lead them by the nose a little bit on thinking through this problem, because otherwise we will never solve this problem in the Bay Area, right? So that's one of the things that I think we ought to consider doing is expand the discussion of office development caps a little bit and put some numbers on it. You know, I must be at least close to 5 minutes, so we'll wait to the next round for more.
Okay, Vice Mayor Burt.
Thanks, and I appreciate the range of comments that came from the public and colleagues so far. I think I'd like to really revisit briefly kind of some of the fundamental concepts. As others have pointed out, our real regional problem is not only low-income housing, but it is middle-income housing as well. And in our RENA allocations over the last 4 cycles, over the last 30 years, the category that we've actually fallen most short on is the workforce of middle income housing. Because with the land cost in Palo Alto, that category of housing really needs to be subsidized. And there's no mechanisms historically to do that. And there really hadn't been any recognition that in a high land value like our city and much of our region, we have to come up with ways to subsidize workforce of middle income housing. We're doing that now at the in conjunction with the county at the courthouse site with the teacher housing. We're starting to do that also with zoning incentives that gives higher incentives for workforce and highest yet for low income housing. And I think a lot of folks don't appreciate what really happened in our housing incentive program in 2018, and then the planned housing zoning, the PC for housing in last year. Those are really radical upzonings for housing. But housing development takes a little while to come about. And as others have pointed out, the easiest way housing to get built is the market rate. But market rate housing is high income housing. And the housing economics are actually not studied enough. It's a subfield of economics where typically it's broken down into 5 quintiles, and the new market rate housing will dampen the cost or at least the increase rate of market rate housing, that upper quintile. It'll have a modest effect on the 2nd quintile, and the studies show virtually no effect thereafter. And so in that middle income and lower income and very low income housing, it needs subsidies. What unfortunately we had was we had impact fees that were scheduled to go up in early 2017. We had a new council come in that espoused to be pro-housing, but were more pro-development. And they reversed those higher impact fees for affordable housing. What we came to understand in the GUP process is that actually the county had been using Palo Alto's impact fees for what they levied on Stanford, which largely those fees on Stanford affordable housing accrued to us. And that was a big portion of how we helped pay for Buena Vista preservation in the mobile home park. So we took a double hit by that reversal. And then we were ready to have a business tax with a sizable portion of that toward low income housing that had to get put on hold temporarily because of the economy, but we hope we'll be able to bring that back. Because Silicon Valley, for all of its wealth and affluence, is an exceptionally low business tax region. Companies get taxed highly by the state, but not locally. Silicon Valley, on average, business taxes in Silicon Valley are approximately 5% of what they are in San Francisco, 1/20th. And yet we don't have the resources to pay for the transportation affordable housing that we need. A couple of really important studies that give context for this. One was by the Bay Area Council, the leading regional business group, which came out a few years ago with a job multiplier index, which showed something that in most balanced economies, they viewed as a favorable conclusion that high income, high tech jobs create 4 other jobs, mostly jobs that are lower income, lower paying than that high income, high tech job. In most areas of the country, that's a blessing. But when you're already imbalanced with too many of those high income jobs, what it does is further exacerbate the growth of the demand for high income housing and hurts the rest of the income levels. So UC Santa Cruz has a think tank in economics and labor headed by Chris Brenner, and they came out with a study just 2 years ago that showed that the region had over the last 20 years over a 70% increase in GDP per capita, and yet 90% of all workers in Silicon Valley are earning lower inflation adjusted income than they did 20 years ago. Phenomenal disparity. And so it just reiterates that our problems are in needing to have ways that we both incentivize and finance middle and low income housing. And to the extent that we add high income housing under a law like SB 35, Jonathan, correct me if I get this wrong, but my understanding is that when it triggers in a mixed use project that has to have equal square footage of office and housing has to have as much housing as it does office and square footage to qualify. But because we have office workers at around 200 people per square foot and housing at 500 or more square feet, 200 square feet per person in office, 500 or more in housing, SB 35 exacerbates the jobs housing imbalance. And in a city like ours that has a 15% inclusionary housing, but where we need a much higher percentage of that to be moderate and low income housing, it exacerbates that imbalance as well.
That's 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks. So those are really kind of the framework from which I think about these issues and what we must do going forward. Thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to speak in this round before we move to the next round?
No.
So I have a quick question for staff. So can you highlight why you're proposing 2 separate letters? What's the difference in what we're trying to communicate in these 2 letters versus writing 1 letter and sending it to both groups?
Well, I think one is dealing with RENA, which has sort of a different track. That's going to go to ABAG, MTC for recommendation to HCD, and we're just trying to sort of influence that. And then the other one, I think it's MTC, and I could be corrected if I'm wrong on this, looks at maybe taking the lead on the Plan Bay Area one, but I think they'll be shipped together. I don't know that there's a specific formatting, if you wanted to merge them into one, we could certainly do that.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to be clear because I think some of the feedback may apply to both letters, and just being clear what the difference is.
Yeah.
I mainly have comments. I'll try to make what I can in 5 minutes. So I do think we need to start to come back to council more regularly. At the end of the staff report, you kind of laid out a schedule, but to me, updating our housing element, I know we're going to start doing that. It's updating our comp plan. I think the council's going to want to be engaged, particularly as we're looking at this kind of allocation. Palo Alto has about 26,000 housing units. We had that 10,000 unit initial forecast, dropped to 6,000. That's still a pretty significant percentage of our housing. It's 300% of our current housing element, just below 2,000. And as people have said, with the new laws, there are now teeth to not hitting these numbers. And I think the points again that I've heard that I think I agree with, we've been fairly well able to hit our market rate targets over the years during the cycle. But in the 6th cycle, going to 6,000 units I think it's questionable whether we'll be even to hit those. So we'll miss both our affordable housing and our market rate housing. So I want to echo kind of what I heard. I think I heard Councilmember Phil Seth say, which is, I think these letters should start at even a higher level about the overall need, whether that is accurately forecasted for the state and then for the Bay Area. And then the second point is you have it in there, but I think it should really be a top level issue as well, is about feasibility and how are we going to achieve these kind of numbers. So, you know, I don't think it's a, you know, we had a quite interesting range of public speakers. What I hear everybody in council talking about is how do we get there? And it's not a question of, you know, no homes versus homes. It's really a question of what's a reasonable number of homes that we can feasibly achieve given all these conditions. And, you know, one of them being extremely high cost of land. And, you know, I don't think it's as simple as kind of Econ 101. You know, this is a town with multi-million-dollar homes, and we have issues with ghost houses sitting empty. And, you know, I've seen a lot of analysis. I've been reading quite a bit about places with high land costs where they've, you know, gone from single-family homes to condos, and those condos are $1 to $2 million each, which was the price of the original house that was torn down. And, you know, they end up with just more high-priced housing. And so I think what we're hearing is a desire to have a workable solution, and then a real concern with these state laws of being set up to fail and what happens in that case. There are over 50 cities now in Southern California appealing these numbers. And now I see that there's over 50 in Northern California. And we're a year behind the process compared to Southern California. So it seems to be accelerating in terms of the number of cities kind of objecting to the process. The one thing, I don't know how you could wordsmith it, Jonathan, but again, this idea of an unfunded mandate that's going to have real repercussions and a concern that these numbers need to be based in some kind of reality. When we get to the letters themselves, I think a lot of the details you have in here are very good. I would suggest maybe some reordering. I'm not sure COVID should be the first one. Maybe it could come later. And when we talk about COVID, I think we want to make it clear that I think you're talking about both short-term and long-term impacts. Like I saw some letters from the public that suggested that COVID's going to be over by the time this cycle goes into effect. But I think we're talking about some long-term changes to the way people work, to telecommuting, and like you said, kind of where are we in terms of this next cycle versus where we want to be in 2050. So because of that, I just wonder if maybe we shouldn't lead off with COVID, but maybe lead off with some of these other points and just change the order. You mentioned an overall allocation cap based on development feasibility. I think we should really give a lot more attention to that. I really think we should quickly hire a consultant to really prepare some data about feasibility, like bottom-up model for Palo Alto, based on our housing sites, based on land costs, based on, you know, construction returns, that kind of thing. You know, what is a feasible pace of development? What is a feasible number? Because we're asking them to consider feasibility, but we're not really providing them with that information. I think they may come back to us and say, you know, I just think data there is going to help us. And I see you, Monique, I have one paragraph. And then finally, like where I started, I think we need some kind of work plan and a schedule for bringing this back to council more frequently. I'm already being asked about a lot of different ad hocs from different council members, potentially one on housing and how do we fund affordable housing. I just think this is a topic that we're going to want to keep revisiting on some kind of schedule, and we should start to talk about what that schedule looks like. So I will stop there. Let's go into a second round. I think we are ready to start to get into motions as well. But if you just want to have questions and more comments, we can do that as well. But I'd like to start. I didn't see the order, so I'll go with Councilmember Stone and then Councilmember Ku.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You want to follow up, Jonathan, and maybe this is a question that Molly wants to weigh in as well, kind of following up where we left off on my last question on the implications of SB 35. I looked up the text of the law, and so this is why I think Molly would be great to be able to give some clarification here. Within the text of the law, it says if the locality has adopted a local ordinance that requires that greater than 10% of the units be dedicated to housing affordable to households making below 80% of the area median income, that zoning ordinance applies. My understanding is Palo Alto's inclusionary zoning is up to 120%. So would we need to change our inclusionary zoning ordinance to lower our rate to 80% AMI in order to prevent the state law from superseding our own local higher inclusionary zoning rate?
So yeah, again, always want to defer to legal on matters as precise as that. But I'll say that as we look to the future, I think we're going to be okay. We're not there yet, but I think we're going to be okay for the current RENA cycle with respect to SB 35 and the 50%. I do think that meeting that number, and it'll be 4 years after we start into this new RENA cycle based on current law, where we'd have to really be tracking this and seeing at what point are we going to be subject to SB 35. So we would have, my understanding of state law is that we would have some time, but you're right. If I'd want to take a look at the state law and see how Palo Alto might position itself to ensure that we're achieving the type of on-site affordability that we've expressed through and stated in our local policies.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Stone. So we can follow up specifically on that statutory site. That as the planning director stated, we have some time, and there are some things we will need to do to prepare in the next 4 years for that potential at that point to have the SB 35 threshold hit. And so there's some work that we'll do, but we will get back to you much sooner than that on that particular issue.
Great, thank you. Because I think, yeah, because one of my big concerns of this, and I'm glad both the mayor and the vice mayor kind of talked about the differences of housing economics, and that, you know, I've heard several people kind of talk about Econ 101, and I know the mayor kind of joked about that phrase as well. And and exactly, I think that's exactly it. I mean, 101 classes are the basic classes. I mean, Econ 101 is basic economics, and housing, as the vice mayor astutely put, is not a basic economic issue. It really is this highly specific area of economics. And as the vice mayor also discussed, the problems with the segmented market of housing. And so what I get really concerned about, and we've seen the impacts of this over this last year with COVID. There's an article that Slate.com put out as far as showing that the country really has built far more luxury housing than we ever could possibly need. We're seeing it in cities across the country, and so we're seeing where we have overbuilt and where we are truly missing. And so we're not seeing that type of trickle down effect that many housing advocates have talked about when it comes to housing. And so one of the things that I'm really concerned about is the state and ABAG is, the state's not providing us the funding sources to be able to meet these goals. I appreciate the mayor and Councilmember Filseth talking about just the plausibility of us being able to actually meet these goals. And when we don't meet those goals, that we are going to be punished to the point where we are going to fall even further behind on our ability to create the affordable housing. So I would really like to make sure that we have that focus within these letters to make it clear that I think that is where our major areas of concern are, is failing to meet those affordable housing targets.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo, I think you were next, and then Councilmember Filseth.
On the plan that you had mentioned, Mayor, I would like to also say that we should add in what a member of the public mentioned. I think it was Gab Layton who said we have to also look at the job and housing fit. So that is actually a important component of this. Then I just want to also remind that these huge RENA numbers that's allocated based on a flawed mythology, it's going to happen over and over again. So this is just a 6 cycle. There's 7, there's 8, I don't know how many more there is going to be, but it's not sustainable. So I do appreciate that feasibility study and finding out, what is feasible, right? So it's just going to exacerbate it, compound the issue, and it's going to cause more unaffordability problems. So I just want to put that in mind, that there's more, it doesn't end with the 6 cycle.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, so question to staff. So are you actually looking for a motion from us tonight? I mean, the staff report sort of asks for guidance. And so are you asking for an explicit motion or more of a discussion?
We are seeking a motion.
Okay.
We don't want to send a letter off without the council's endorsement. This one will be signed by the mayor. And so, yes, we're looking for, if you want to send a letter, and it sounds like you do, we would like a motion on that.
Okay, so let me move that. So
if I could add,
yeah.
Sorry, Councilmember Phil says, just as you're considering the motion and action to follow, to the extent that the council direction includes substantive revisions to the letter, I think it would be helpful for us to have a plan on how that would actually happen, whether it be comfort level with having staff run with it, or if there's either a designee or some form of that from the council that you want to ensure represents the comments that you collectively want to make this evening.
Got it. Okay. So we should make that as part of it then. So let me move that we indeed send. And I actually think there's going to be more than one communication we're going to want to do, because we got, I think, more stuff that we're going to want to be talking about than will fit into these 2 letters or 1.5 letters or whatever it is. So let me move that staff proceed with letters A and B. And then I guess what I'm going to suggest is maybe we could solicit amendments if we want to highlight something specific, if we want to give direction to staff, sort of, flush this out a little more or put this in that wasn't there and so forth. So let me start with a couple of those. Actually, let me start with this and see if there's a second for this.
I'll second. Okay. Go ahead, Lydia. Seconded by Councilmember Koo.
Okay. So then let me speak to it. Let me then speak to this. So I think this makes sense. And I think let me suggest a couple of things that I think that should go along with this. One is I think the letters should ask ABAG and MTC to press HCD to resolve the challenges to their projections and revise their targets as appropriate. And let me comment on that one for a bit. You used to be that. I mean, this is kind of the. This is kind of the. I think that should be a sub-bullet I or something like that, or because kind of the both, right? But and it kind of goes to the sort of the this pincer attack on state land use, which is, it used to be that RENA targets were kind of broad and aspirational, right? And under current direction in Sacramento, they become explicit quantitative mandates. And so I think the standard for accuracy in the projections and rigor, is much, much higher if they're quantitative mandates than if they're sort of, aspirational zoning things. So that's one. And the next one is, I think we should expand the discussion of Palo Alto's office development caps with actual numbers, if appropriate. And then I have a third one, which I think, and this came up briefly, which is it should include consideration of long-term remote work impacts. And I thought that, MTC started out ignoring those, and then later came back with a projection that as much as 40% of current jobs might be done remotely. And then after that, there was some hue and cry from some of that cloud, and they scaled those back. But I think it's important because, I think there is an expectation that a material amount of work is going to get done remotely, and that ought to be in consideration, right? Okay, so that's my motion so far.
Is that accepted by the seconder?
Is the second? Yeah.
Yes, thank you for putting in B3. That was the telecommuting part that was gonna.
I think it's going to be material. I think, 40% is probably a little high, okay, but it's going to be something, right? And then let me close off here and let other people chime in, but just let me comment on the SB 35. SB 35, the flagship project for SB 35 is Valco. And the Valco SB 35 project has been a catastrophe from a housing perspective because it includes so much office space that it creates demand for thousands more housing units than it supplies. And I think, we need to not have that kind of constraint on us if we're going to try to do some of this stuff.
Oh, have you spoken to your motion?
Yes.
Councilmember Cootie, you want to speak to your second?
I support it. I think that a letter definitely needs to go in. And the 3 points that Councilmember Philsef added in is perfect. I did want to see if I could add a C, which is to direct legal staff to reach out to William Curry with Harper and Burns to discuss appeals and prepare with the other cities in terms of potential litigations, just to start the process. And if I may speak a little bit on that point.
I think you need to
at
least explain it enough to the maker of the motion.
Well, as I believe you mentioned it, Mayor, that they're, go ahead.
Do you mean, basically a courtesy call and an introductory call so that people know each other, but nothing more at this time?
Introductory call and just to see where the other cities are and what is William Curry with Harper and Burns doing, just to, yeah.
Yeah, I would support something like that, I think, as a really introductory sort of conversation, because I don't, there's a number of attorneys working for various people in Southern California on this stuff. And I don't understand what everybody's role is yet. And so I think it's premature to be too prescriptive on this.
Well, if it's introductory, at least our legal department will have an idea of what it is that they're doing and perhaps report back to us and get us updated in what these other cities and other regions are contemplating and what are the steps that they move forward on.
We should ask the city attorney if she's comfortable with that.
Sure, I'm happy to have conversations with any lawyers who are working on issues that the council, is interested to know more about. Legal counsel will be able to say certain things to those who are not in the circle of the advocacy, and then other things will be confidential, but I'm happy to have an introductory conversation. I would point out, council members, that the SCAG cities their cycle is different than the ABAG cities. So they are 1 year ahead of us. They're in a different point of the process where I think there was some mention earlier of Northern California cities appealing, and it's actually not, it's not ripe to appeal yet. It is in Southern California. So they got their final numbers from their Council of Governments, and they are appealing those now, and those are getting resolved by SCAG. And we have not gotten our final number yet.
Do you guys want to change the wording on this to reflect what you're saying?
I think it's fine as long as we're this is the beginning. It's the introduction conversation. It's not actual direction to proceed with any legal proceeding. Obviously, we would need to have extensive discussions before we would do that, or join into something that other cities are doing. And we would want to have at least some of those in closed session so that you could get full and frank advice about strength and weakness and procedural issues around potential litigation. They did that in Southern California, by the way. They had lots of closed sessions.
Can I suggest we change it to discuss their appeals and preparations? Just make it clear that we're not implying ours. Yes. Does that help?
Yes. I mean, we would not be a candidate to directly join a coalition of Southern California cities doing SCAG because we're not under SCAG.
Right.
Okay.
Is that acceptable to the maker?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So
Are
that's all.
you done speaking to your motion?
Yes, I am.
So I saw Councilmember Cormack. Do you want to speak to the motion?
Yes. Shall I continue with the other comments I was going to make? I can get it all done in 5 minutes.
Sure. We have a motion on the table.
I understand. I'll speak to it momentarily. I was interested to hear the mayor describe somebody asking for an ad hoc for affordable housing. We referred funding for affordable housing to finance last year, and I don't believe anything came back. And when I reviewed the status report at the end of the year, that was not on there. So I think we already have a standing referral, and definitely there's work to be done there. Director Late, help me understand the allocation cap in the letter on page 196. I'm not quite sure I understand what you're referring to there and how it relates to the development cap, or it's different. Can you just walk me through what the allocation cap means there?
Yeah, I don't have the exact wording in front of me, but the idea was it addresses the feasibility question that we've heard some of our council members mention this evening. How many units can reasonably be accommodated in a jurisdiction? Certainly back when we had a 36% increase over our household numbers with the draft blueprint. I mean, that's the size of building a new city within Palo Alto when you look at the population. And even at 6,000, we do have some concerns about our ability to meet those numbers, and that's sort of the question that is we'll be grappling with. So the idea of a cap was that if ABAG were to, as a part of its RENA methodology, say, no jurisdiction, we're going to do this methodology, but no jurisdiction shall be required to provide more than X% of increase over their household. Once you reach that cap, then the numbers thereafter are redistributed to other jurisdictions as appropriate.
I see. Okay. All right. Thanks for including the ambitious transportation visions. I'm going to call those visions as opposed to strategies there on page 193. And can you please clarify the origin of the renter protection measure that's listed on packet page 193 under housing strategy? It's really specific.
I'm going to ask Rebecca Atkinson, who's on the call, if she can help me out with that. I'm going to try to pull up that passage, but in the meantime, Rebecca, are you online? Can you see? And
Sure. Hold on. Sorry, it took me a while to unmute. I don't have the same packet pages that
Okay.
Councilmember Cormack is referring to,
here.
but I am looking at the online version of the staff report and draft letters. And I think you're referring to the first bullet item under housing strategies in the draft blueprint letter. So this is an updated strategy. When we had all of the affordable housing strategies in the draft blueprint, some of them were lumped, some of them were split apart and strengthened when we went to when ABAG and MTC went to these final 35 strategies. And so you're asking for the origin of
So this is one of their strategies that we're saying we agree with?
Yeah.
So, right. So the letter, to sort of balance out, thank you, Rebecca, as I now had a chance to sort of catch up to where we are. The first part of the letter, looks like the first couple of pages, notes our concerns and comments. But the second part of the letter is intended to sort of highlight what we understood to be Plan B area strategies that were in line with the city council's policy interests. And to the extent that they're not, then we would, of course, want to strike that. But we were trying to sort of provide we've got these concerns, but we're also supportive of these other measures.
I'm just not aware of what we have done in Palo Alto that's that specific on that topic. So, okay. So now speaking to the motion. I'm fine with sending letters. BI, do we want to press HCD? I don't know about that. And are there official challenges? I'm afraid I don't understand. Have communications been sent, or are there official challenges to their projections?
So I'll offer an initial comment on that. I don't know necessarily who that was directed to, but I will note that last July, I believe it was, when the regional housing needs determination came out, that's the 441 number, there was a limited period to challenge that. And the only entity that has the authority to challenge that is ABAG. And after that 30 or 60-day window expired, so did the ability to appeal that number. So that's my recollection as with respect to challenging the RHND. Now I understand some on council and maybe talking with other electeds in other jurisdictions, maybe there's momentum or to sort of see if that could be revisited some way, but I don't know of any avenue, and perhaps Ms. Stump does.
That was my intent, was for them to see if there was some avenue for them to revisit it, and at least to respond to the challenges, right? And but yeah, I think we ought to push for something to be, because wrong is wrong, and if it's wrong and it's being used as a quantitative mandate statewide, then I think it needs to be revisited, and so hopefully there's a way to do that.
I don't feel then that BI is necessarily reflecting what we're describing now. So Director Late, do you have some suggestions about rewording it to accommodate what Councilmember Philseth is getting at?
So I think it depends on what the council is wanting to accomplish here. And it may be more than just a letter and communication with ABAG and MTC, which, by the way, we've had that conversation with them. We've had a correspondence with them, and their response to us was take it up with HCD, which we did. And we brought it up with HCD, And their response was, we're not going to address that issue. So I feel like from a staff level, at least, we've done what we can. And, and understandably, some may say that may not be enough, but I'm at a bit of a loss as to understand how much more we can do at a staff level on a process that procedurally has gone through its course. And so whether there's a political angle to this, that's something that would transpire at this level with the council and your peers in other jurisdictions that are affected by this.
Well put.
All right.
And that's 5 minutes.
See, Councilmember Burt, or Vice Mayor Burt.
Thank you. So I want to see if the maker and the seconder would be receptive to something that attempts to put at the highest level guiding principles of what Palo Alto's approach to housing and the jobs housing imbalance is. And that is policies to improve our social and economic balance. And that and then flowing below that is the statements that you've already talked about on emphasizing what we've already done on restraining office growth and what our focus is on low and moderate income housing, to really express our set of principles that is the foundation for why we're arguing against what we think are flawed approaches that they're taking. So essentially an introductory or leading paragraph that would lay out simply our approaches are to achieve these things and we've already done X and Y.
I think that would be helpful if it's stuff that, yeah, I think that would be helpful. I don't know, it's the seconder of the motion, what do you think?
Muted.
Sorry.
There we go. Your introductory paragraph is not saying that you're asking ABAG or MTC to create policies to improve our social and economic balance. That's our Correct.
task.
Correct.
Okay. It's just introductory to the 1, 2, 3.
So it's not to be purely reactive to them, but also to put forth our proactive approach, what's guiding the policy changes that we have taken and those that we intend to take.
Right.
Okay. That's okay. Thank you.
And then the other thing is,
So hang on, does that become sub-bullet 4 to B? So it's B4 now?
or whatever's the placement. I mean, we're going to need, I guess one of the things that I guess I should add is, because the timeliness of this, I would propose that the mayor and council member Philseth be delegated to review the final incorporation of these changes that staff will be putting in and approve those on behalf of the council.
I would accept that.
And so under that context, this would maybe be the new small letter I, and the other things would drop down in sequence, but I don't know that really matters. We don't have to structure the sequence in the motion necessarily. We'll let you guys, Director Lade and you guys, figure out how to compose that.
Yeah, I didn't mean any particular sequence there. So, yeah. But I understand why it makes sense to put that one first.
Yeah, and then the final thing that I just want to mention is, as Director Late spoke about, is that really addressing the issues with HCD are probably more political than they are ones that we can do on arguments at the agency level. And so I don't know that it needs to be in the motion, but I think we should be looking at how to engage our local legislators on a meaningful discussion of these issues, not a rigid kind of half-baked ideological approach, but how do we actually have a fact-based, progressive discussion of how we achieve what we're looking for, a more balanced city and region in our housing and our jobs and our types of housing and types of jobs. We're not going to get where we were some previous decades, but what's really critical is that we move in the right direction in those approaches.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
So I have some comments on the motion. So first of all, on little I understand we've kind of made this request before, but I think we should make the request again that we're asking ABAG to go back to HCD. I think it's just important to continue to ask that, have it in the letter. But I agree that I think we as council members should also be pursuing kind of political alignment, outside of a staff letter. For little 2I there, I mean, the letter already has, actually it was 3I, I guess, the consideration of remote work. I mean, it is in the letter, so I'm not really sure what we're asking here. Are we just asking for more words? I'll like their discussion.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. The language in there that I saw in there was pretty general, and I was sort of thinking, MTC actually put some bounds on it with the 40% thing, and I wonder if we shouldn't ask them to make an assumption about that as part of the as part of their discussion.
Okay, as long as staff understands what that means. I mean, when I read it, I felt like some of it's already there. But if this passes and you're reviewing it, I guess you can provide some input. I have a couple of friendly amendments. So I talked about it a couple of times, and so the first one would be that that staff evaluates developing a bottom-up model of housing construction feasibility during this 6th housing cycle. And so I'm really asking staff to figure out how they would do that, whether it's in-house or through a consultant, and whether they think it makes sense. But again, when I read these letters and we get to feasibility and we talk about almost like a feasibility cap, I think doing some jurisdiction level analysis might be really useful data to have, and not wait and have it too late. So, and does staff have a comment on this idea?
Yeah, I think so. I think over the past couple of years, we've had some different studies, and I think we have a sense for, some of the constraints for housing in Palo Alto, and we know particularly the challenges for affordable housing. I think part of the so I guess I would ask for a little bit more clarity on what you're expecting from that kind of a feasibility analysis. But I'll note, I guess, as part of this, the housing. So we're at the step before the housing element update, which you'll talk about at a meeting that's forthcoming, maybe even your next meeting, about the housing element. And certainly as a part of that process, we're going to need to, whatever the number is that we end up having to plan for, we're going to need to figure out how we're going to do that, and that will include some feasibility analysis that we'll need to examine. So if your ask is to do that analysis, before ABAG sends their recommendation to HCD later this month. And then HCD makes a decision on that. I feel like we're kind of running a little bit out of time on that issue. But I guess the other part I wanted to make is, I think that's part of the challenge that the RENA process and housing elements are creating for local jurisdictions is they know that there's going to have to be some changes to local zoning in order to accommodate some of these numbers. And so the feasibility analysis that we would do, would it be based on our existing zoning, which the state would expect us to change in order to accommodate the housing, or would it be based on some other set of parameters that you would guide us on so that we can conduct that analysis? And I think some of that gets vetted out in the housing element process.
Yeah, I think I might have shared with you via email. I talked to the consultant that did our Nexus study. They have some construction consultants that have built large housing projects and various different configurations, and actually bringing in some of the construction economics, even with change zoning. How many houses could we build in 8 years, or what the market build? I think that's what you kind of mean when you talk about a feasibility cap, but it's not clear to me like how anybody determines what that number is or what range it is.
What did staff have in mind?
What's that?
What did staff have in mind with the feasibility cap?
Well, we deliberately didn't give one because we didn't want to be, too low or too high on that number. But I'll tell you the 2019 household data. If we just took the RHND number and distributed equally across the different jurisdictions, and I could be corrected if I'm wrong on this, I think came in at 16%. And so we're now at 22%. So somewhere maybe between 16 and 22% might be the cap. When we had previously argued for that 2019 household data, the assumption, I guess, at that time was, if you kept us at 16, we'd generally be satisfied. But again, we were looking at numbers like 36%. So we thought we needed some kind of a cap. And anyway, so that's the answer on that.
What's the comp plan call for? I should know this. It's somewhere around 4,000 units, right?
Yeah, it's a range like 35 to 43 or something like that. Let's just call it 4,000 as a median number, maybe 4,500, somewhere around there.
Yeah,
and that's over. That was over 15 years.
Same timeline, 2030. Yeah, 15 years for this, but ending in the same time for Arena, which would be 2030.
So again, I'm not trying to get ahead of where we are in the process, and I just feel like there's some valuable modeling that could be done kind of bottom up. But I'm offering it as a friendly amendment. If there's not support on the council, I'll move on. So Eric, what do you think?
I like the idea of looking at it, but what I'm hearing from Jonathan is it may not be terribly easy to do, right? So I'm wondering how you resolve that.
Yeah, maybe I can be a little more precise about it. We don't have the expertise in-house to do it, so we have to hire a consultant. We don't have.
I was going to say, this is different than what I said. I was to evaluate developing the model, wasn't to develop the model.
Okay.
And again, I think one of the things that we're learning through the planned housing or the PC process is we can run the numbers and understand construction costs, hard costs, soft costs. Decisions to develop an individual property have variables that would go beyond that base analysis. What's going to have a landowner decide to redevelop? And there's a number of factors that, of course, go into that. One of them is how long have they owned the property? If it's been in their ownership for generations, they don't have the same, land acquisition costs that somebody who's trying to buy that property may have. And so those numbers are going to be different for different parties. So even developing a model, I think, would give us some numbers and some data, but it wouldn't be in and of itself conclusive for everyone. And not that you're looking for that, but it's just one of the challenges.
And that's 5 minutes.
Yeah, so I'm waiting. I actually have one other quick friendly amendment. If sounds like you're not accepting this one.
Yeah, I think maybe not.
Okay. The other one was really what I mentioned as well, which is, and maybe it doesn't need to be in the motion, but the frequency that council's going to kind of interact on RENA updates. Again, you at the end of your staff report, you posted a calendar for the ABAG process, but I feel like we need to meet more often. And I was going to suggest that, you return to council for RENA updates as needed, but at least something like every other month. I mean, as long as you understand, I think the council's very focused on this. We don't want to just wait for these major RENA dates. Again, looking to you, Jonathan, what do you think makes sense? I mean, we could leave it out of the motion as long as we can start to engage and kind of try to work on this process.
Yeah. So staff shares your interest on that. We do not want to be out of sync with the city council on this very important issue. So I'm happy to come back as frequently as the council feels is appropriate to do that. And certainly whenever there's any decision points, we want to get to you just as we've scheduled this item in advance. And unfortunately, one of our criticisms of the whole Plan Bay area process has just been, it's not been particularly friendly toward receiving public engagement or input with public comment periods open during the holidays and just before Thanksgiving, and it's just been hard to comment on these things.
Yeah, I don't want to always be a month behind where we ask you and then we got to schedule it. So
yeah, and I think there's a tie-in, of course, to the housing element, and you've got we can talk about that next time. And so there we are looking for a sort of a regular sort of cadence to the checking in with the council on our work. And so I don't know that it needs to be a part of the motion, but it's something that if there's some specific, I feel like I'm meeting with you every Monday or every other Monday.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, so
we can drop it. Doesn't need to be in the motion, but I just want to make sure we're being proactive. Okay. Any other comments on the motion before we vote? Councilmember Koo.
For letter BI, little I was wondering, if it would be something to put in there, the challenges, which are the Embarcadero Institute and Freddie Mac's report. Can we put in their challenges to their projections, and then between parentheses, such as, but not only, Embarcadero Institute's double counting report, as well as Freddie Mac's report? Would that be something that's acceptable?
Eric, you're the maker of the motion.
I think that actually was in some previous drafts of some of our communications, so I'd be okay with that.
There is, I think you're talking about the department.
Attach them as appendices or something like that.
Was it to ABAG and HCD? I'm not sure that, were they included?
Your previous letter included a reference to the Embarcadero Institute, and I think there was a council discussion about whether to do that or not. I don't believe there was a reference to the Freddie Mac report. So
Freddie Mac's a bigger name than
That
Embarcadero
portion of the draft letter was stricken, though, so we did not include it.
Oh,
The
what's
council vote didn't end up supporting inclusion of a reference to the Embarcadero Institute report.
Great. Okay.
I'd accept
Thank you,
that.
Rebecca.
Thank you.
Okay, and Councilmember Felsleth, is your hand up?
Yeah, I had something else that I wanted to, I'm not sure if it makes sense as, I was going to add this. I'm not sure it may be a separate issue, but independent of this, I think the council ought to take and maybe it's not a letter to ABAG, but I think the council ought to take a position on state abrogation of local zoning. Right? I think we ought to agendize a resolution opposing state abrogation of local zoning.
Yeah, okay. I don't think that's agendized tonight. But...
Okay.
Okay, if there are no further comments, you're falling behind schedule.
Okay.
I would move that we vote on this motion.
Mayor, you haven't called on me yet.
I'm sorry. Let me see. Is your hand up? Oh, there you go. Thanks. Go ahead, Councilmember Tanaka.
Sure. So very interesting discussion. I wanted to ask staff, so do we have any direct authority over this organization? Because I think this is just more of an advisory letter, is that right? Or am I mistaken?
We do not have a direct role in RHND, the Regional Housing Needs Determination Number, or the or how those get distributed to the jurisdictions. As a jurisdiction, we have the opportunity to make comment and try to influence the decision makers that will be forwarding the recommendation to HCD.
Okay, so we could try to lobby them, politically influence, but there's no direct authority we have over them.
Palo Alto doesn't have a decision-making role in this process.
Okay, because I was just looking at this motion, and I know that for some members of the council, there's a lot of worry about overdevelopment. But given the economy right now, given we heard from staff that the projects we have right now are really small touch-up type of projects. I don't know if the biggest, most worrisome problem that we have right now is overdevelopment. I think a lot of people can't build because they can't get financing anymore. The economy is pretty terrible, and I just wonder, if just a quick letter, that's one thing, but it seems like there's a lot of work that's going to be put into this, and I'm really concerned because to me, like the biggest problem, if I was to think about what is like the number one problem we have in our city, it's not necessarily this problem, but it's more about the economic recovery. I mean, there's a lot of people, our city budget's pretty decimated. We have a lot of people unemployed. We have people losing jobs. I mean, that to me is like the COVID economic recovery seems to be like, I think that the distribution of the vaccinations, the economic recovery, getting our small businesses back on their feet, making sure that people living in our city are able to afford their the rent, able to pay the utility bills. That seems to be like to me the biggest challenge for us in our city. And I'm just worried. There's a lot of energy put in this, but I'm just worried that how much does this take up, because our council time is very scarce, and I think we want to spend it wisely. And to me, it just seems like, while I understand the concerns, it just seems a kind of maybe disproportionate amount of our time that's going to be spent on this versus things that I think are more important to more people in our city, which is the COVID recovery. I think that should be the center. That should be in terms of, and we'll talk about this priorities wise, at our offsite or whatever. But I think that should be the number one thing that that we should do. So I don't think I'm going to be able to support this just because I just think it's sucking up too much of the oxygen in the room versus the real problems that we are facing.
Okay, thank you for that.
It's fortunate we have enough time to debate CAFR certification.
Okay, any other comments? All right, let's vote on the motion. We'll start with Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Councilmember Felsleth.
Yes.
And Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we are actually back off schedule a little bit. Would people like another 10-minute break before we finish last item, or do we want to plow ahead?
5 minutes?
Okay, it's hard to stay on the screen. Let's take a 5-minute break. Please try to be back 9:55. We'll try to get going before 10. Thanks. And again, if you're back, please turn on your camera. Okay, I think we have a quorum. Let's give it one more minute. Just waiting on Greg. All right, all back. Thank you, guys. All right, we're on to our last action item, which is approval of nominations of Vice Mayor Burt and Councilmember Cormack to be considered for the Santa Clara VTA board. This was a colleague's memo, so I don't think there's a staff report. Is that correct? Great. So does anybody want to, Councilmember Kuhn, you were one of the authors. Would you like to lead it off?
So mainly it was that the bylaws that were provided to us are that was iterated by one of the council members at the time was a older bylaw. And at that time, it did not allow for a nomination of a newly appointed or newly elected council member. With the knowledge now that we could have made a nomination after the end of last year, and with also Vice Mayor Burt, who has had experience with VTA, having been a former council member for 2 terms, and having negotiated with the VTA on the Measure B funding, it would just seem that appropriate to have him as a board, to nominate him to be a board member, so that he can continue to advocate and to fight for dollars for the North County cities, especially with Caltrain coming forward to us so soon. And so that was the main reason for the colleagues memo to revisit. And I've always also had an issue with nominations of council members to regional boards on the consent calendar. It should be nominated, the nomination should be done in public, voted in public, so that our Palo Altans know who is elected to those boards. And I can also say that I'm pretty certain that attendance at these regional board meetings will take place. Unlike in 2019, our representative only showed up at 2 meetings out of the 8 that VTA had. And it's a huge concern because obviously we know that Palo Alto has been losing its bus services more frequently and faster. So I'd like to see that there is regular representation at the VTA board.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry if I put you on the spot there. I just wanted to have a little overview. I think we should probably go to the members of the public and then we'll come back to council for a discussion. So City Clerk.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on agenda item number 9, the approval of the nomination of Vice Mayor Pat Burt and Councilmember Cormack to be considered for the Santa Clara Valley VTA board, please raise your hand and we will call your names. Our first speaker is Gail Price, to be followed by Mark Weiss and then Rebecca Eisenberg. Gail, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Gail Price, Palo Alto resident, former VTA board member and PAC chair. I support the nomination of Councilmember Cormack, who was elected or selected as the single nominee from Palo Alto by a 7-0 vote of the 2020 City Council to the Group 2 Cities Working Group for consideration as a VTA board member. The nomination should not be changed. Any narrative suggesting that Cormac is unqualified is insulting, outrageous, and disrespectful. She combines vision, strategies, and insight with a measured approach to complex topics. She has led significant campaigns, including the passage of our local library bond. It would be to our advantage regionally to have Councilmember Cormac use her proven skills, knowledge, and agency effectively to enhance our many governmental relationships in transportation and transit. By not engaging in condescending and bullying behaviors, she treats colleagues respectfully despite the differences in opinions and methods. These are attributes that her colleagues should emulate. This effort to change the 2020 nomination has been launched by the current and former mayor and vice mayor, all white males who I believe have intentionally carved out more leadership roles for themselves despite the significant and numerous roles they have already enjoyed. A motion to reaffirm the 2020 nomination of a single nominee, Councilmember Cormac, to the Group 2 Cities Working Group would be the best outcome. Anything else is the antithesis of community values, incorporating diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Thank you, Gail. Our next speaker is Mark Weiss, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Mark, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, council members. This is Mark Weiss. I'll be brief. I've been a community member here since 1974 and have met more than 50 current or former members of leadership, and can truthfully and fairly say that I'm calling in tonight to register my concern about Pat Burt based on my 11 years of interaction with him, and therefore urge leadership to nominate Allison Cormac, as former council member and VTA member Gail Price had said, very well qualified. We should nominate Gail Cormac only to represent us for VTA board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Winter Dellenbach and then Joe Spalding. Rebecca, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm very grateful for the articulate words of Honorable Gail Price, as well as lifetime resident Mark Weiss. This is extremely frustrating. As I said before, we are experiencing a time when we all just witnessed white men storm the Capitol with guns, and we need to recognize that equality only comes if we actually prioritize equality. Since Pat Burt bullied his way onto this council, flouting the spirit of term limits, and with a record as which I wrote in about a 5,000 word response to Pat's accusations on my character. Everything I said is fact-based. It's in the public record. And if you want me to send it to you, just email me at rebecca@winwithrebecca.com. I have all the backing for what I said. Anyway, since Pat stormed on board with his tank, he has already marginalized the people of color, as we all witnessed in this meeting, as well as the 2 women on this city council. We need to recognize that this is a harmful and dangerous trend. We need to further a culture of equality and inclusiveness. And that is apart from the fact that Allison Cormac is just profoundly more qualified than, frankly, any of the rest of you on the council. I gotta say, Allison has never been very kind to me personally. I disagree with a lot of stuff that she says, but for the love of God, she's got more brains in her than all the rest of you combined. She's actually educated, and she has a record that she didn't make up. accomplishment that she actually achieved. And when all these people likely falsely accused her of something, unlike the fact-based criticisms I made of Pat Burt, she sat there and she didn't feel the need to speak out of turn, as Pat Burt did, and attack the speakers. It is so important that our leadership has the kind of maturity and grace and integrity. And I don't even know what this position does. I just know that Allison Cormack is a deserving leader. And I, like so many others, are watching what's happening here. And I'm asking you to be better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach, to be followed by Joe Spalding. Winter, go ahead.
I want to say something on a little bit higher level. There are people on this present and the past city council that I agree with on more things than not, and that I disagree with on more things or not. But every single one of them are volunteering their time, spend a lot of time. They've been elected by people in Palo Alto. And there is a basic level of decency and civility that I think every single one of them are owed. And I'm a little bent out of shape tonight that to hear a level of disrespect and negativity. I don't have a problem in terms of plain speaking when I think that there is a serious issue that needs to be addressed with a council person or with the council. I don't have a problem with that, but I think it can be done civilly and respectfully, and I'm missing that part of the time tonight. So I just want to object to that. So getting on with now what is before us. I was also disturbed that the wrong bylaws were presented, 2015 bylaws instead of 2018 bylaws back last year when this first came up. And there's significant differences between the bylaws. I've read both sets of bylaws, significant differences in basic things about how to elect, the criteria for the person chosen, other substantial and significant differences. And I like process. And I was disturbed about how funky that process was. So I want to redo tonight because it's the right thing and it's the fair thing, and it's how things should be done in Palo Alto. I also want to say something about I'm a feminist. Who among us are not? I'm really happy that Councilwoman Koo is our new Palo Alto rep to Group 2, to the Group 2 for the 4 cities. Congratulations, Lydia Koo, a woman. I frankly don't think that this is about men and women in this particular instance. I think this is about experience and following a good process. And we're going to take a look at this tonight. And that's what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Winter. And our final speaker is Joe Spalding. Joe, go ahead.
Hi, I'm sorry. Is there any way I can share my screen? I have a chart here.
Okay, Mr. Spalding, you can share your screen at this point.
Bear with me just a second as I get that share up. Okay, I just have some serious concerns about Vice Mayor Burt, and most of them you can probably see on Twitter. We've been definitely streaming the meeting. There are other folks that are participating in the conversation, but it's just pretty frustrating, frankly, to see the legitimization of the nonsense, non-think tank, the Embarcadero Institute. I can say that when I say that I have a concern about that particular vice mayor, that we are looking at a situation where if you put him on regional boards, it's going to end up providing more of an opportunity for some serious embarrassment for both Palo Alto and the vice mayor himself. Everything obviously right now is on Zoom, on video, and it's just frankly disappointing to see both on the representational equity side, see things get skirted in favor of people who are traditionally marginalizing those from a position of power. And then on top of that, it's very disappointing to see just blatant disregard for reality when it comes to housing, to a level that Donald Trump, it's not only comparable, but he absolutely has been saying the exact same things that I've been hearing on this meeting today. So thanks again, and I recommend folks take a look on Twitter at beyond_process, and if you follow the thread there, you'll see some other folks that have been live tweeting the meeting, which are most of them are pretty cool. Thanks, everyone.
Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Okay, thank you to all the public speakers. Let's come back to council for discussion. If anybody'd like to comment, please raise your hand. All right, Councilmember Cormack, followed by Councilmember Koo, and then Councilmember Stone.
Mayor Du Bois, are we speaking to this as a motion, or where are we procedurally on this?
Yeah, we're speaking to the colleagues memo. I think it has a recommended motion. Nobody has made that motion yet.
And were either of the other two colleagues going to speak to this before the rest of us?
I will speak. I was going to speak after everybody else spoke. So would you like to speak now, or?
Sure, I'll go. So I want to review a few facts. In October, council voted 7-0 to nominate me to the VTA board as a representative from the North County cities, also known as Group 2. At that time, only 3 of the council members were eligible: Mayor Du Bois, then the vice mayor, Councilmember Phil Seth, and myself. Neither of them indicated an interest in this role, nor did they object to my taking it on. No council member asked a question before the meeting, requested that the item be pulled from consent or registered a no vote. And I do think that's relevant because this council pays a lot of attention to consent calendar. I'm sorry to say this, but I feel it was unprofessional for the mayor 2 months after our unanimous vote to send an email to the members of the working group stating that I do not have the qualifications for this post without contacting me or even copying me as a courtesy. I am qualified for this role, as the current VTA board member agrees. Now let's turn to tonight's proposal. I can't reconcile the mayor calling me unqualified in December, a position I'm not aware that he's retracted, with this proposal. The procedures for the working group do not contemplate the dilemma we currently face. It's entirely plausible that the mayor's actions could result in Los Altos Hills moving up in the rotation to take our turn, which comes perhaps once in a decade. The lack of a representative being sworn in has already resulted in the North County cities losing the opportunity to influence what committees our eventual board member will serve on. And as of tomorrow, there will be no board member at all because John McAllister's term ends. It's not even clear to me who can convene the group now. Finally, I just don't understand why we would want to send 2 nominees to the working group. Why would we give up our local control and allow 3 other cities to make this decision? It's our job to choose among qualified people. We did it last week with the vice mayor elections. We'll do it again when we vote on appointments to boards and commissions. We've made a bit of a hash of this, folks, and I think we should clean it up tonight. I think we should make the decision here tonight in public. And when the time comes, I'll be making a substitute motion that we select 1 representative this evening to send to group 2 for ratification.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Koo, you had your hand up. Did you want to speak again?
I spoke, so I'll pass. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Stone.
Yeah, I think what one of the speakers pointed out was that this really is more about process, and I absolutely agree with her. I think this really is about process. My understanding is that when the last council voted on this issue, they were under the impression that we were only allowed to submit nomination of 1 candidate. Now, and that was based on old bylaws. Now we understand that we are actually able to nominate 2 candidates to this position. The VTA board serves a critical importance to Palo Alto and our residents, including many of our city's students, those most at risk residents who rely on public transportation to commute to work, shop for groceries, or even just to stay warm at night. It's no secret that North County and Palo Alto are often underrepresented on these regional bodies, and we are routinely provided a disproportionate amount of funding and services. And this really needs to change. And it's critical that we nominate candidates who have the experience and the knowledge necessary to be fierce advocates for Palo Alto. And I believe that both Vice Mayor Burt and Councilmember Cormack easily satisfy those needs and will be effective voices for Palo Alto and our interests on the VTA board. So I'm going to be happy to support this colleague's memo to nominate both Vice Mayor Burt and Councilmember Cormack, because again, I think this really is about process, and both candidates are extremely well qualified for this position.
All right, Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, so I think Greer's right. I mean, both these people will do a fine job for the residents of Palo Alto. So if we nominate 2, then who decides which one it is?
Are you asking?
Yeah.
And the group 2.
I don't understand what happens if we nominate 2. Right.
Yeah, the PAC members will vote. So the 4 cities would choose.
Why would we want them to choose instead of us?
That's a question for tonight.
Okay.
Are you done? Councilmember Tanaka?
So I'm actually with Councilmember Philseth on this and Cormac. I think we dilute our chances by having 2 nominations versus 1. But I wanted to just share my screen just so I can understand something. Let's see. So I know that. Can you guys see?
You're not going to show video or Twitter of us. Go ahead.
What did you say? No, I'm not going to show Twitter. No, I just looked at. I know that. So one of the candidates here, or one of the nominations here, is I think did quite a bit of work with VTA. So I just Googled what happened in Measure B. This article is from the Mercury News, I think back when Councilman Burt was on there, and he said he's convinced that Palo Alto will get what's promised this time, especially because no more than 25% of the measure's revenue can be spent on BART. This was, before actually I was on council. I'm not sure if you guys followed, but in November 2020, there was this controversy that's come up about VTA is planning to spend the money on BART. There's a lot of, if you guys haven't read this, you guys could read about it. We talked a little bit about it on council, but not everyone here was at the council meeting. But I think we should give Councilmember Cormack a chance. I think she's always been very prepared. I think she also has a style that's not abrasive. I think she could work with people. I think she could be effective, and she seems very diligent. So I would support sending Councilman Cormack to be our representative for Palo Alto. I think she'll do a good job, and I'm hoping issues like this will not come up. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and make some comments unless anybody else would like to at this point. So, and I want to echo some of the comments that we heard tonight. This is a VTA board position. It's an important position for funding of our grade separations, bike paths, other improvements to Caltrain, or roadway improvements, or bus service. So we have the opportunity to nominate either one or two people tonight. We can decide who they are. So all four of the cities in group 2, which is Palo Alto, Mountain View, Los Altos Hills, are transitioning people. And because of COVID, they weren't able to make the appointment last year. There was turnover on the cities. And I asked at that time that they allow us to make another nomination for some of the reasons that were brought up tonight. The bylaws changed. We were told by the members of the group 2 that council elect members were eligible, even though we voted on consent before the election even occurred. So then the question is, should we nominate one or two? Councilmember Cormack suggested we do one. Mountain View nominated 2 recently in this previous cycle. And it's really a decision for us. Do we want to forward one person where we choose as Palo Alto, or do we want to let these 4 cities decide amongst 2 of our candidates? In terms of being unprofessional, I'm sorry, Councilmember Cormack feels that way. The qualifications in the recent bylaws are that you have 2 of 4 specific things. One of those is 1 year of service on the VTA board in the last 4 years. The second was at least 1 year on an advisory board to VTA. The third one was credentials deemed relevant by a majority of the group 2 cities. And 4 is working knowledge of the VTA. I think we have 2 potential candidates. We can talk about their qualifications. But again, I think this is a very important position. I think we should talk about it as a council and make a decision tonight. So those are my comments. I think we're ready for motions if nobody else would like to discuss further. So Councilmember Tanaka.
I'd like to nominate Councilmember Cormack to the VTA board as a sole nominee.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, do you guys want to speak to your motion?
I already did. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack, would you like to say anything further?
I'll just go ahead and review, since you brought up the qualifications on 3 and 4, the list that I provided to the committee when they continued my nomination. Serving on the Rail Committee in 2019, attending portion of the Manzanita talks, specifically with respect to streetlight data and integration of the private bus programs, advocating for improved citywide shuttles. That was before the budget cuts. Particularly in South Palo Alto, which is underserved by transit, meeting with Jim Hartnett before he retired to discuss funding for grade separation at Caltrain, and with Nuria Fernandez to learn more about VTA's opportunities and challenges, attending session 2 of the Green Street Symposium. I believe, as does the current board member, that this experience fulfills criteria 3 and 4 of the enabling legislation.
All right, Councilmember Ku.
I'd like to make a substitute motion, please.
What's your?
I'd like to nominate the Vice Mayor Pat Burt for the position.
Okay, is there a second? Yes, I will go ahead and second that. Do you want to speak to your motion?
Well, Councilmember Cormack does have qualifications. However, the Vice Mayor Burt has had many years in the transportation field on the city council. He had served on VTA previously and also had collaborated on or was liaison to the to LPMG, Local Policy Maker Group, with Caltrain. And obviously he has been very involved with the TMA here in Palo Alto and had also been updated on the Manzanita talks. So, you know, in regards to what Councilmember Tanaka showed in terms of Measure B, I do expect the Vice Mayor to be advocating and to be clawing back all those monies that is due to Palo Alto when he is on the board. So, so hence I do want to see those dollars back. So hence my nomination of the Vice Mayor.
So I'll speak to my second. I was comfortable with forwarding 2 people. It seems like people would like to just forward 1. I think Vice Mayor Burt has extensive experience, particularly in rail. He has a lot of experience on high-speed rail. And the other thing I think we need to consider for Palo Alto is just getting elected. He would be a guaranteed 4 years involvement, which is critical for us, rather than having it rotate on. So I think that's something we should also consider. Vice Mayor Burt, do you want to speak to this?
Yes, thanks. I just would like to review why I think this position is so important and some of my qualifications. So first on the qualifications, yes, I was previously on the PAC committee, not on the VTA board itself. But I served, I think, perhaps 8 years on the local policymaker group for Caltrain or its predecessor. I served on the Peninsula Cities Consortium of 5 cities and for about 5 years. And I believe I was chair for 4 of those years, selected by the other 4 cities in the region that were part of that. And with the North and I served on the City Rail Committee for better part of 6 years, chaired it several times when it was an extremely active committee, meeting every 1 or 2 weeks, and had a vital role in the outcome of achieving the blended system. And then I've been a very strong supporter of the electrification of Caltrain. And then I was very active in the Measure B campaign, and the success of getting what was anticipated to be $700 million toward grade separations, and a major portion of that toward Palo Alto is the whole basis by which we were able to proceed on our grade separation plan. We recently did have a threat to that, and that's why we need strong advocacy to support our position there. Because of Supervisor Simidian, who I worked with during that Measure B, and the other mayors of the North and West County cities, who we all collaborated and united together to achieve what was an allocation for North and West County cities that had never been achieved before. We never had those kinds of allocations, and we never had a supermajority requirement built into the ballot measure before VTA could change any of that. So the most recent proposal is actually, the VTA has just come back with $876 million for grade separations, an even higher number than we had originally planned for. And that'll take work for us to make sure that we sustain those things. Even on Measure B, as San Jose wanted to have sizable dollars to street repair, and we had already invested in our streets, I was able to achieve the discretion for those funds if we were above a PCI score I believe it's 75, to have our discretion on how to use those. And those are actually some of the dollars that we've been using for the grade separation design, because the other bucket of money wasn't yet available. But I also think that we're going to really need to be working on collaboration with the North County cities, in particular Mountain View, on North County bus routes, where VTA is going to be in a huge jeopardy because of the BART program that is far over budget on its capital costs. And the VTA has agreed to a deal like Samtrans did when BART went to SFO, that puts them in great jeopardy on having to make up operational deficits from any revenue shortfalls from lower than anticipated ridership, which seems very plausible. So we're going to have some tough battles to make sure that the county lives up to Measure B, and that the dollars are well spent, and that the North County cities are well represented on this. And I would look forward to doing that.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Yeah, although I was hoping to support the recommendation from the colleagues memo, that doesn't seem to be the direction the council is headed in. Again, I think both council members are qualified, but I'll be supporting the nomination for Vice Mayor Burt. This is nothing personal, and I think too oftentimes these discussions seem to have that feel of it being personal, but it really does come down to who's just the most qualified person for this role. And I think what Councilmember Tanaka showed with those two articles really just reinforced for me the importance that we have somebody in this role who is extremely well qualified and experienced and has the years and understanding and the inner workings of the VTA and all of these other peripheral issues that they deal with as well. And as Vice Mayor Burt just clearly articulated, he is ready for, he is very well experienced and ready for that role. And again, that's not to say that Councilmember Cormack is not, but Vice Mayor Burt clearly just is more experienced in this area, and I believe will be the better representative for Palo Alto and making sure that we're achieving a lot of these really important goals coming up in the coming years.
Okay, so seeing no further hands, let's vote on the substitute motion. I think we're starting with Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Okay, Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
No.
I will vote yes. Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
And Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes on a 5-2 with Councilmembers Cormack and Tanaka against. Okay, well, thank you guys. We've got to Councilmember questions and comments. I'd like to ask that generally we use this to update each other on kind of liaison roles, regional meetings. Doesn't need to be comprehensive, but anything noteworthy would be a good use of this time. You know, I just got the assignments out earlier today, so I understand there may not be a lot of updates. Then I think we heard earlier today from Carrie Tumbleton about that accident on Middlefield. That was concerning, and I hope it's something that staff is analyzing. So I see a couple of hands. Councilmember Koo, your hand's been up. I don't know if you meant to have it up. Okay, go ahead.
It was from before. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. In the future, I'll add in comments on those things you mentioned. I just wanted to say I met with some people over the weekend, and we discussed the Coverly situation. And I think we really missed an opportunity last year because we didn't have an ad hoc on the city side where they did on the school side. So I think working on reopening that facility together this year and then rebuilding it would be worthy of consideration. I just want to throw that out. I'm sure we'll discuss it when we get to the priority setting. But since you're the mayor now, I wanted to put it out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt.
Yes, the mayor and I were able to attend the Citizen Corps Council meeting today, which was, I think, a productive meeting. There was quite a bit of focus on the vaccine rollout. And in case those of you haven't seen it, Supervisors Samidian and Chavez are having an urgency ordinance to have the county be able to really impose a comprehensive approach to the vaccine. And we had discussion today about really how fluid this situation is, because it's likely that we're going to see changes in the volumes of vaccines from people declining to take it, from the Biden administration releasing the second dose backlog, and from next vaccines in the coming weeks potentially being approved. And so it's really going to take some strong leadership, principally from the county, but we also heard encouraging words from some of our leading medical providers. Palo Alto Medical Foundation is looking at, in very short order, being able to move into tier 1 of phase 1B. So phase 1B, the tier 1 includes folks 75 and over and some other categories. So we're looking at moving out of the first phase of the medical workers and the long-term care patients into the next phase. So this could be really ramping up quickly, and we really need to make sure that we have the capacity and facilities and personnel to implement this rapidly. There was also discussions about how we can leverage other resources in assuring that we have the compliance in this probably crisis couple of months before we really start getting the impacts of the vaccine, where we're in the worst shape that we've been of the entire pandemic. And I think that there was a good deal of encouraging commitment by the members there. And lastly, PAUSD was on board, and they have agreed to provide a white paper on the really strong program that they've done to upgrade indoor air quality in all of their buildings, which is something that both in city buildings and in the private sector, I think are really important for immediate term with long-term health benefits beyond COVID. And they're going to do a white paper for the rest of us so we can see what a comprehensive program looks like, and its affordability, that it's not cost prohibitive. So that was a real informative meeting. Thanks.
Yeah, and just to echo that, I was on a county vaccine meeting on Saturday, which the city manager covered a lot in his talks. And to echo what Vice Mayor Burt just said, you know, the COVID is as bad as it's ever been, and really want to urge people to be vigilant and not relax just because the vaccine is coming. It's, as people pointed out, we're in kind of week 3 of having the vaccine. And when you think about week 3 of testing, you know, a lot of things were up in the air, but it did accelerate pretty quickly. And so we're kind of at that early stage of planning. And I do expect we'll see it ramp up quickly in terms of getting that vaccine out. But there's a lot of questions right now, a lot of people trying to sharing information and planning. So not seeing any other hands. Wanted to adjourn the meeting in honor of Lenore Symes. I didn't know Lenore personally. She died at the age of 79 on my birthday, which was December 22nd. But she was an unsung hero, I think, in Crescent Park, from what I've read. And, you know, there are a lot of heroes in this time we're in right now that aren't that well known. But she did a lot in terms of driving donations. She worked a lot with the Ecumenical Hunger Project. And she also drove donations for Hurricane Katrina, for the earthquake in Peru, typhoon in the Philippines, and the King Fire. It just seemed to be a passion of hers. And she was also instrumental in the redevelopment of Edgewood Plaza as a neighborhood advocate, which we now have as a vibrant, you know, neighborhood shopping area. She's on the Palo Alto Community Emergency Response Team. And according to all accounts, she was a kick-ass grandma. So I'm going to join the meeting in her honor. Thank you, guys. Good night.